Creativity lies in all of us. It's what makes us human. It starts with an idea, the desire to create, to solve, to play, to share, to interact. Together we can build new worlds. The freedom to create for all.
What up? Wimbush here, and today I'm excited to tell you guys about my brand new course, Creating the Unreal, a motion graphics guide, the Unreal Engine. I'm going to show you guys how you can integrate Cinema 4D so you'll be crazy comfortable in no time. So we're going to start by exploring the marketplace, and then from there I'm going to show you guys how to set up a scene. We're going to get familiar with the content browser, the viewports, how to set up the sequencer for the timeline, and then from there we're going to get into lighting, texturing, rendering. I'm going to show you how you can integrate Quixel Bridge with Unreal so you have access to that full library of surfaces and 3D models and everything else that they have on there. And so if this sparks your interest even a little bit, then this course is just for you. So go to mograph.com, click on classes to sign up, and I'll catch you on the flip side. Let's create the Unreal together.
Makes waves with amazing deals and fast and knowledgeable customer service.
Swim on in for incredible deals on software and plugins at Toolfarm.
you. Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another 3D motion show. This is the Adobe Max POW edition here at Maxon US. Tuning in from Los Angeles. Welcome, Miami. Welcome, Sweden, Japan, everybody from around the world. I see everybody tuning into the chat. Thank you guys for joining us and being here. Wanted to say a big thank you to our sponsors, Dell, Unreal, Tool Farm, everybody else that you guys see on all the different commercial breaks. This show is made possible with their support. It's amazing to have them with us here on the team. We're going to start off the show. We have amazing designers, animators, everything that you're looking for in the world of design and animation. We have a wide variety this show, so you're going to want to stay tuned. First up, we got some big news coming from the one and only Paul Babb. Let's kick it over to Paul and see what we have going on in the news.
Thank you, Matthias. And good afternoon, good morning, good evening around the world. It's great to see everybody on the chat again. Just want to give everybody a little quick round of the news and notes that's been going on if you've missed things. If you weren't here for our IBC show, our release 23 of Cinema 4D has been out now for a month with some great feedback from people. I know the first question that's going to come into the chat is, when is Redshift coming onto Mac? Well, I just did another check this morning and noticed Big Sur, we're still waiting for Big Sur to come out. Redshift will require Big Sur, and so we're still waiting for that release from Apple, and hopefully we'll see something shortly after that. But that'll be, I'm sure that question is going to come up a few times. Also, please put your questions in the chat even now. We've got the great artists out here. They're going to be here live. They can answer your questions. So once, even during the presentations, I've got a great crew of people watching the chat, and they're collecting those questions for the artists and even myself for after their presentations or during the interview time. If you missed some of these things that have been out there, I think this week, or actually last week, we came out with a making of story of L'Artista, the great character animation piece that was done by Can Erdoman. It came out with release 23. If you haven't seen it, definitely check it out. By the way, as I'm talking, my team's going to be popping some of these links into the chat for you, so you don't have to write down the URLs and I don't have to rattle them off. Anyway, so there's a great new story on Can Erdoman and his making of L'Artista. Speaking of, he graciously put together an amazing 9-part tutorial series for us on Cineversity, breaking down his facial rig and how he created that animation. Some great stuff in there. I highly recommend watching that if you're interested in utilizing the new tools, creating some great character animations. So head on over to Cineversity and check out that tutorial series. Just a couple of weeks ago, we had a new Red Giant film released, Dino Feast, another one from our amazing director, Seth Worley. Seth Worley also did Darker Colors, Plot Device. If you don't know Seth, go back and watch some of his amazing films. But this one was done in collaboration with his daughter, Ava, who's 9 years old. She wrote the story. I believe she directed the story. Seth did all the heavy lifting, but she did some incredibly crazy creative work. Definitely, you will want to check that one out. That one's a lot of fun as well. Let's see, a couple of weeks ago, Maxon Moves. We did release a new version of Maxon Moves out to the Apple App Store. Some of the changes include that the plugin that had been a downloadable plugin from Cineversity is now integrated into Cinema. So you can literally download onto your iPhone the Apple app and then you can utilize it immediately with Cinema 4D because it's all built in now. You don't have to go back and download that plugin separately and get it working in Cinema. It's just all there, ready to go. And speaking of Maxon Moves, there was just a couple of days ago, I believe, no, last week, just late last week, a brand new music video by the name of High in Heaven. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing the artists' names right, but the artists are VWLS, Louie, and JR. Those are the musicians that created the music. But there's this incredible music video done by Hobbs. It's a studio out in Detroit in conjunction with Firefly Drone Shows. And what they did was they utilized Maxon Moves to facial capture the artist singing the piece. And then they used that data to drive the drone's animation in the sky. If you haven't seen this piece, it's probably one of the coolest things I've ever seen done with Cinema 4D. Check out the link, get out there and go out there and see that amazing video. I mean, we saw it a few months ago or a couple of months ago when they were first teasing us with it. Couldn't wait for it to come out. You guys are going to be blown away. It's pretty cool what they pulled off. Let's see, I got some questions here. Is when will we get an SP for R23? I don't have an exact date, but there is something coming. I know that there's a handful of fixes and a handful of little enhancements that are going to be coming for R23. They're usually pretty good about getting those out within a couple of months from of the first release. So I don't have an exact date, but that will be coming pretty soon. Any news regarding OSL shaders on Redshift? Out of my realm. I can't tell you that one. Maybe Rick or somebody else can pop in on there in the chat and maybe give you some more information on that. And when is Moves coming to Android? Really great question. Unfortunately, the Android phones don't yet have the ability to capture the depth information that we get from the iPhone. I myself am an Android user, would love to have it on my Android as well as my iPhone 11 that I've got for testing Maxon Moves. But as soon as they add that depth capture capability, you can be sure we'll look at whatever they have available and try to bring that over to Maxon Moves as well. Let's see. And we've got a great lineup today, guys. It's a 3-day show, a huge variety of different types of work, motion graphics, visual effects, all kinds of great work coming from different artists here. Matthias has really put together a great lineup. I hope everybody is staying healthy and safe and sane, working in remote. I know we've had our challenges, but it's been invigorating and a great challenge to keep things rolling the way we have. And once again, can't thank Matthias enough for the hard work he does to bring these artists in and for the artists to put the time into creating these great presentations for us. Let me check a quick. Somebody just already put in a Redshift for Mac Metal. Again, my first announcement, first in the beginning there, Redshift for Mac will require Big Sur, which has not actually officially been released yet. Hopefully soon. And let's see. Any way to get a preview on Magic Bullet looks with the preview on Redshift's render view? Not yet, but that is something that certainly all kinds of integration is that they're interested in. When will Redshift get packaged into Cinema 4D? Well, as you can imagine, our rendering teams from Maxon and Redshift are talking, exchanging ideas, coming up with all kinds of new innovative things to do with rendering inside of Cinema 4D. I think Redshift as a separate option right now is still something that will be standard for a while, but certainly as they the development team start working more and more together, you'll see more and more things coming from the teams working in a collaborative nature, as I can say about that one. T-shirts. I did do a test on a store, and I will post that link today. I tried out something. I tried out a couple of things, and none of them were making me happy, but I do have one, and I will be putting up a link up there so you can get your hands on that. We've got a coupon so that you can get it for free. I think just pay for some shipping or something, but we will put that up there for you today. There's another question about ASUS, but I'm going to let the product management people get on there and answer that question for you. I'm sure Rick will be popping onto the chat and we'll come on there later. I think I just cracked up Matthias with the, I'm going to pass that off to the product management people to give those answers to you. But anyway, we have a great lineup for you today. We're going to start off with Ethan Schaftel, who's done some incredible work for Disney. You've seen his work at or people have seen his work at Sundance and all kinds of film festivals. He's one of the guys that we've had around for a long time. I think he's demoed for us for 3 or 4 times, but it's been a while, and so it's going to be a delight to have him back. So we're going to take a quick break, let our sponsors get their commercials in, and in about 10 minutes, Matthias will come back with Ethan Schaftel.
Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you. Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you. Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you.
Creativity lies in all of us. It's what makes us human. It starts with an idea, the desire to create, to solve, to play, to share, to interact. Together we can build new worlds. The freedom to create for all.
waves with amazing deals and fast and knowledgeable customer service.
Swim on in for incredible deals on software and plugins at Toolfarm.
Social distance Halloween, scary samples, ghostly greebles, and client horror stories. Join us October 30th and call in with your favorite spooky renders and client stories from hell. Subscribe and sign up for alerts to join the fun.
Shake it up, be cruel, work it out, do you? Work it out. Do you? Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you?
Welcome back to the show. I'm your host, Matthias Omatola, aka Major VFX. We have a beautiful lineup of amazing artists today. If you guys haven't seen in the past Ethan Shaftel, he has presented with us before on the wonderful world of VR, and he's back with his latest short, giving you breakdowns and workflows in the world of VR. Check out Ethan Shaftel.
Hi, thank you so much for watching, and thank you to Maxon for inviting me to present today. My name is Ethan Shaftel, and I'm a director working primarily in VR. And I've done a variety of different projects over the last several years, from game engine, games and interactive experiences in VR, to live action 360 video, to pre-rendered animation and 360 video. And the common link between all these very different types of projects and different types of workflows for me has been C4D. So I use Cinema 4D at all stages of production, from pre-production into production and development to post-production assets. And though I use it differently for different types of projects, I find it a really useful tool in pretty much all spatial projects where space and immersion is a component. So I'm going to open up some files for you, walk through a couple of projects and how I use the tool, and maybe give you a little bit of background information on VR and the state of it right now. So my most recent project is an interactive VR comedy entitled Ajax All-Powerful, and it stars Henry Winkler, who is, of course, from Happy Days, but also Barry more recently, and Arrested Development, and Chris Parnell, who is from Saturday Night Live and 30 Rock and lots of things, including Rick and Morty, where he's very funny. So this year, Ajax was in competition and a selection of the Tribeca Film Festival, the Annecy Animation Festival, and our premiere was actually in September at the Venice Film Festival. And it's not publicly available yet. We're still in festivals, but that will be soon. And in Ajax, we use C4D for everything in all stages, from previs early in the writing and planning to VR storyboards that helped us find financing, to all of our final animation work that we exported into a game engine for the interactivity.
Hi, I'm Ajax. I used to be addicted to the sweet yet savory tang of fresh human souls.
Have you rubbed the lamp yet? Is there a genie inside?
Who wants to make some wishes? Who the hell are you?
We took the liberty of preparing a more robust agreement.
Okay.
What? It's never enough!
Whoopsie daisy.
Oh, God.
Good grief. Let's get this show on the road,
Problem with the language?
Me? No, this is just my resting bitch face. Don't mind me.
So I'm going to walk you through Ajax a little bit later in the presentation, but for now I'd like to give you a little background on me. I have a traditional cinema background for a long time. I've directed many narrative projects. Plus, I was an editor for a very long time. But I also have pretty rich experience in interactivity over the years. I worked at a game company, and then have, on the narrative side, have done a variety of interactive narrative experiences, pre-VR that you play on a desktop computer or a mobile device. But then I also have, for a good component of my career, worked in immersive media in live spaces. So that includes, working with media for big screens in big pop concerts and tours, to installation pieces for brands, almost sculptural, where media plays a component, to even theme park and parade type projects, parade floats that have animation and media. And so in all these, that I'm calling immersive here, the way you think about the audience, the way you think about their point of view is fundamentally different than in cinema, because they're really inside of the world. They're inside of the media in a fundamental way. These are some older projects, but I'll go ahead and play my reel here. So there's only a little bit of my early VR projects cut into that montage. That's mostly old. But I wanted to just make the point that, when VR caught my interest about 4 years ago, it really was because it combined these three elements. There's this promise of interactivity and the ability for rich interaction, all the way down to very light interaction, but it's always there since you really are inside the world. There's the immersion, which of course is, the first thing you realize when you put on the headset is that you've been transported, but also the potential for cinematic storytelling and the overlap with the types of techniques, music, performance, sound, animation, being combined into story. And so it just seemed like a great thing for me to start working. So I'm going to walk you through 3 VR projects where C4D was integral to the workflow in some way, but in each case, pretty differently. And the bottom line is, if you're working in VR, you need to be thinking about, and you are thinking about, space, and having a way of playing in space from the very first concepting, and a tool to be playing in space is very important. So first, some quick VR basics before we move on. If you have a headset on and you are watching or interacting with a VR experience, you're likely looking at one of 2 broad categories here. The first is game engine. So a game engine is being rendered in real time for you. The 3 dimensions around you are simulated in simulated space, and your movements are controlling, an avatar in that space. That you likely have the freedom of movement to go forward and back, left and right, up and down. We call that 6DOF, 6DOF, so 6DOF project. The workflow for a project like that, regardless of if it's a game or if it's a narrative, is really a game workflow. You may use a tool like C4D for modeling and asset creation or animation, but then you're exporting those into a game engine environment for the authoring, for the interactivity, and that's likely Unity or Unreal if you're working in VR. And then what the viewer, what the user is actually watching or experiencing is an app. It's an executable file. That's the workflow. But there's another option here. You could be watching, the viewer with the headset could be watching a 360 video. That's a very different type of experience in terms of workflow. It's likely a filmic workflow. You've either filmed some 360 video content with an actual camera, or you've been in an animation environment like C4D or Maya and filmed with a virtual 360 camera and rendered out individual frames, just like any video file. You've used something like Premiere to edit those clips together. You've put music and sound effects on it, and you've rendered out a .mp4. And so what the user is actually watching is a linear video file. It's a series of frames. If it's 3D, the 3D could be very believable, but it's an illusion. It's the left and right eye are delivered separately, just like any 3D movie. And it's not a simulation of space in the way that the game engine is. So I'm going to start by talking about some of the pre-rendered 360 video that I do. So case study number 1, previs. So this is the foundation of really all the creative work I do in VR. It's, the more novel a medium, the more a prototype or a pre-visualization is valuable to a creator in order to sell their idea, to convince people to get on board, to just explain what you're thinking. So different types of projects need different types of previs in order to do that. I create VR storyboards. I sometimes call it a prototype if I'm talking more to software or game people. But my favorite term for this is a VR animatic. So if you work in animation or commercials or a lot of fields, you may have come across that term. It may be something you're familiar with. This is just a example I found online, but I like it because it's just nicely done. The point of an animatic is that the visual side of it's as rough as possible. You do the bare minimum on the visuals. What you're trying to do here is introduce time. Film is a temporal medium. What an animatic does that storyboards don't is it introduces pacing and performance and dramatics. You really start making the movie when you start making a animatic. This is where filmmaking comes in. So I wanted to have this type of tool in VR, a tool where I didn't get stuck on visuals yet the space and timing was apparent. And I got an opportunity with a project called Kaiju Confidential. So Kaiju is a pre-rendered VR comedy that premiered at Sundance last year, in 2019. It stars Paul F. Tompkins, who was Mr. Peanut Butter and BoJack Horseman, and Blake Anderson, who is in Workaholics and a lot of other funny stuff, as the two kaiju here. And it's really a short comedy about, neurotic monsters having a turf battle. And the writer described it early on as Curb Your Enthusiasm with kaiju. So I had a meeting with producers. They shared the script with me and, kicked around ideas. And what became, what was obvious here is that it was funny and it was about these big monsters and there was an opportunity for playing with scale in VR. And so, looking at these scenes, there's these two kaiju, Grigon and Mega Hydra, eating helicopters and rampaging through a city. So, of course, first step for me, open up C4D, make a camera, and then go to the spherical tab of the camera and enable. You'll see the icon change, and now you're, working in VR. So I'm gonna zero this out. So the key with a animatic is, of course, just do not worry about visual quality. That is not the point of this time. You want to quickly get something spatial so you can start adding time elements to it. And everything else is secondary. So, let's make a couple skyscrapers around, maybe a cylindrical one. And then nestle our camera in the middle of these, sort of looming over us. And so let's talk a little bit about about scale. So the size of the perceived size of the viewer inside a VR environment is directly related to the eye separation, how far their eyes are apart. So the default, if we go to the camera, jump to stereoscopic, right now it's set to mono, so scale doesn't apply in a mono render, but you should be working in stereo, and go to the parallel setting. You'll see some fields open up, so it's the default eye separation is 6.5 centimeters. That's a good default size as for a human head. And you can imagine if the space between your eyes is bigger, your whole head is bigger, so your size inside the 3D environment is bigger. So let's leave it like that for a second and make ourselves a figure. And you'll see basically that the human scale of the figure matches the eye separation of the spherical camera at its default scale. But instead of that, let's make our figure much bigger. Let's make this a kaiju. So that roughly means that this camera, if you think of this as being a human head, could maybe fit in this guy's hand. So let me make it a little bit bigger, make him bigger. And that means I want to make my skyscrapers bigger. This camera is very small. So what if I want to shoot at monster scale? Well, I can do a couple things. With my 360 camera, I realized that it's really helpful to have an additional camera, and you can in fact just duplicate this one down, nest it underneath it. But the secondary camera, let's call it viewfinder, or sometimes they call it look around, and let's make it not spherical at all. So now we have a little camera in there that we can jump into and rotate around from our 360 point of view and kind of see what we're talking about. It's also helpful if you make this viewfinder a little bit wide angle so that you kind of get a sense. So now we have our viewfinder camera and our spherical camera where we're going to do our render. You know what? Let's just jump into my kaiju previews here. So this is a monster scale scene. All right, so this is basically what I arrived at. You can see the art is super rough, and I have some different point of views for different shots that I can kind of jump between. Okay, Graigon's seen somebody. Oh yeah. And then we zip over here. So I can kind of get movement emulated in here, but what I really want is to just have an environment where I can see how things look and start working out blocking and composition. And at this point, I'm not focused on animation. I'm not focused on time at all. In fact, I use this project, and there's more ways you can organize this, but I use this project mostly as a tool for rendering out still frames, like a true animatic. I think about this as drawing the storyboards without introducing anything else, and then creating the animatic itself in a timeline environment. So before I jump over there, I'll show you some other scenes. Here, it's kind of a tricky thing to get right on the page, but you can work in a spatial environment and say, okay, we're down on the street. I want to be able to see Mega Hydra over there. He's just hit Graigon on the ground. Not worried about how his body's laying or anything. I'm just trying to get his head in the right spot. Let's see, another scene. Scene 1 in the movie, your human scale, and Graigon outside is huge, out the window. So now, you make some renders and you jump right into Premiere to start assembling the animatic. Premiere is great for VR, for 360 content. You can enable VR directly in the preview. It's also a setting you need to have on your sequence to make that enabled. But once you have a sequence identified as VR and what flavor, what you were looking at right here is the stereoscopic left eye over right eye 360 video render straight from C4D. So I enable it here, and now I can use my mouse to look around to emulate the viewer. And using the renders and stills that I made, I add some temp voiceover and really create a true animatic. And this was, the document, a rough version of this, but still had the same, looked a lot like this, but it wasn't as elaborate in terms of the editing. was what I showed to the producers right away as to pitch my take on how we should do the story. It got me the job. And then this sequence got richer and richer as we tried things out and made discoveries about what we wanted to do. And this was really the blueprint for all of the production. Ultimately, the animation for Kaiju Confidential was done in Maya because of the existing team and rendered in Redshift. And so this shows you a little bit of how well the original spatial ideas translated into the finished project. Even though the animation was in a different software, this C4D animatics, it really was the blueprint and the backbone of the production plan, and how we got the project started. Little bonus case study here. As I said, the main animation was in Maya, but I made the Kaiju Confidential title sequence in C4D. And I'll open up that project. So the titles for Kaiju, it's a fairly standard concept here. It flies forward from Z-space and then past us, and we fly through the little gap there between the I and the J of Kaiju in order to enter the next scene. And I was going to use this as a transition element where all this area visible around the title is scene 1, and then through the little hole as we jump through the tunnel we see scene 2. And this has a different kind of impact in VR than it does in traditional cinema, because it really feels like you are entering a new space. So it's a very spatial transition, even though if you've seen something similar in cinema. So we can look here at what's going on. One thing that is kind of funny is that I added a literal green screen here because I needed alpha channel here to be the visibility for the scene 1, and then through here scene 2. So I made a little green plane and then used it as an editorial transition with that isolated, that rendered alone, to go into the into this second scene on that side. There's probably other ways to do it, but I did a literal green screen for how I used it. This shows you the title sequence in the flames, and then we pass right through into scene 2. So this brings up an interesting point. We end up with this movie. We have this great 360 movie. You can watch it on the headset. You can watch it in a 360 viewer. But sometimes you need to have sort of a traditional clip to edit into your reel, or the festival wants a clip. So that brings me to the next case study, which is publicity clips. Let me show you some good ways to do that. In cinema, let's make a new project. So a 360 video viewer is just a camera floating in the middle of the spherical video content. And so the player itself is has that camera in the middle of a sphere, and that's the equirectangular video content is formatted for that sphere. So you can mock one up yourself for the purposes of converting your 360 video into something that you can edit into your reel. Basically, the camera becomes the viewer's head, and you animate it around your content, almost a chance to direct it again. So if I open up, so this is a project I made to make a clip of Kaiju for publicity purposes. You can see I have a camera floating in the middle of this sphere, and the spherical, let me just improve the quality there. The spherical content is warped around the camera on this sphere, and if I jump into a couple different cameras in here, looking around in the sphere, and this emulates the head movement of the viewer. It's really a chance to kind of direct the movie again, though you're limited to the placement in space, think about any given point, the choices that you might want to make about where you look and or where the viewer looks and where their attention is directed. So animate your camera with keyframes to look at different spots, and I can show you the results here. Add a little camera motion, camera handshake, and what you end up with is something like this.
What the hell?
Excuse me? Excuse me? Hey! Excuse me? Huh? I said...
Hey!
Mega Hydra. Hey.
Do I know you?
Yeah? I'm Grygon.
Huh.
Grygon, remember?
The point here is that this is not a technical output process. It's not converting your 360 video into a new format. It's a reimagining of the scene to fit a new format, and it's an artistic process. There are many ways the camera could move in this sequence to kind of heighten the confusion and intensity of all the helicopters surrounding Mega Hydra, but we lose track of Grygon in the distance, for instance, with these choices. That's only one possible approach. It's what I chose for this use. And it's important to note that because, I've had producers ask, can you convert this to a regular, not every 360 scene is going to lend itself to doing something like this. And it works well here, but it really is something that's a reimagining and directing it again, though you're fixed in point of space. And another little bonus here is I told you I end up using C4D for every project, even if it doesn't really seem like it would lend itself to it. I was involved, I was the second unit director for a Walking Dead 360 experience, and also, handling the post that was live action. And, we needed to make clips from our 360, and C4D was the way to do it. So let me show you the project where I did this. I'm going to pop out. You'll see our textures are on the sphere, and it's low res here, but I'm going to leave it so that we can kind of get a sense of without it taking too long to chunk through. Looking around. And following the action in a way, suited to this type of clip. In this project, there's more than one clip and more than one camera movement. This also is a chance to try out different formats. We did one of these cameras in here is a portrait oriented camera. I can show you the results here. Just making choices in C4D for your camera, you end up with different results. So all the movement here is secondary, applied to the camera watching our 360 content. And I added some handheld camera shake. Made a lot of sense here. Let's look at some other clips. Panning around to follow the action. This is, in some ways, this is how you're hoping someone might view your 360 footage. So everything we've talked about thus far has been a very filmic workflow, using C4D to render frames of video and ending up with a video file in VR. But as I explained, that's only one small subsection of VR, and most of what you're seeing if you're in a VR experience is going to be real-time rendered in a game engine, likely Unity or Unreal. Everything I'm going to show you now would apply equally to a workflow with either of those game engines, because what I'm going to talk about is C4D and some different ways you can use it for a project that's ultimately a real-time rendered 6DoF project. So I made a Street Fighter 2 VR experience for Red Bull based on the bonus stage where you beat up a car. It was a activation at Red Bull events where we wanted to recreate the sort of classic bonus stage in VR and let people play it and keep score across multiple days, have a high score, so it can be kind of a meta contest going on simultaneously with big Capcom Red Bull events. So let me show you the. So you get the idea what's going on there. It's a fun, active thing to do in a group in a live event space. So we use C4D for a very specific asset creation and organization tool as the task rather at this. So let me open this up. So this is our artist's project that created all the damage states of the car. Now ignore the textures here entirely. The textures are going to be replaced in the game engine. The lighting is going to be done in the game engine. So this Cinema 4D project is really just to create and organize the damage states of the car with no sense of time or keyframes or animation involved. It's sort of pure objects. So if I go to any of the panels on the car that you're going to have the ability to interact with in the game. Let's look here. For instance, the driver wheel well. So there's a state of 0 damage all the way to the state of 3 damage and everything in between. So the idea being that these are all assets that are going to be separate in the game engine, and you'll be cycling through based on how the player interacts with it. Now we had both hand trackers and foot trackers, so every one of these panels could be kicked or hit. It's a little bit confusing in here to turn off and on the right one. So the hood pops up with your first hit, then it starts to crumple, and then eventually it's going to disappear on your journey to being a completely destroyed car. Let's look at the door. We have a lot of states of damage there because the doors make up quite a bit. So we get just some broken glass. Again, the textures themselves are going to be changed. So you're looking at alpha there on the black portion of that window. It'll be transparent. Let me go up here. Oops, this is still on. So we're using C4D to keep track of these and ultimately deliver FBXs that have all these layers in there for, or not layers, but objects for the game to programmatically cycle through. And I can jump to the full destroyed state. Here you can get a sense of what it ends up looking like you saw in the clip. Now, of course, the player never sees the car like this all together where every panel is destroyed, because as you hit and kick them, they disappear and then the round is over when the interior part falls to the ground. So this is it's the classic game workflow using 3D software to create and track assets for delivery to the game engine. And this is for this particular project. This is all we did in C4D. And the car was the most complex part of this project, but you can see this is a split screen to show another asset here. A lot of what we were using was actual sprites and actual assets from the Street Fighter II game, and then putting them in 3D for the purposes of the game. This one is one of my favorites because it's actually from a different round. If you're familiar with the game, this is a background for one of the fighting rounds. It's not in the bonus stage, but because it's the same setting, it's this pier on this sunny day, we were able to put that that boat over to the side as an Easter egg. You look around in space, it's VR, so we could imagine and create everything else that was outside of the point of view of the original game, which was limited to just looking in front of you. So this is just another example of C4D in a workflow of something very different than a 360 video or an animation project. We've circled back around to Ajax All Powerful. And this is really a project where we use C4D in all of the stages, doing a lot of what I've shown you for other projects. So before it looked anything like this, it looked like this. This is one of the first rough previs frames. Before it looked like this, where a lot of the movie takes place in this conference room. It looked like this, not nearly as polished. You can see the figurine from the primitive figure directly from C4D. We're using it even for Ajax with his distorted or his cartoony proportions. This is another frame, actual gameplay here, and this is the animatic. So, unlike with Kaiju, where I was looking at a script and sort of reading someone else's comedic ideas and then trying to present how I would do it in VR and use the animatic tool, use the animatic as a tool to kind of sell myself in that context. With Ajax, I wrote it. So I was putting, words on the page simultaneously to exploring spatially. Honestly, before I'd written a line, I was already building the genie. Ajax is a genie. Building versions of him in space and looking at size differentials between the viewer and the characters to figure things out. As I started writing, overhead diagrams can be helpful to kind of organize your ideas, but it's not a precursor to the animatic. It's really a parallel path because it can be helpful for making layout decisions. It really doesn't do the trick that you need creatively to be thinking about these scenes and how the viewer is going to be placed or how they're going to be moved and what their scale is. It's really, it demands a spatial environment for that learning. So the entire writing process was simultaneous to the animatic and playing in C4D. It really was a writing tool in this fashion. So you can see the primitive skyscrapers, very similar to Kaiju. In fact, this project was a lot of the learning about scale and size and this kind of setting. I took, directly from working on Kaiju into this project, and then just kind of taking a step further with scale. You transform in size many times, because our genie character does it as well. It's very small, it gets big. So you can see this project, this is, we've evolved a little bit in the use of the tools. There's still a viewfinder camera, which I'm calling the look around tool here, because we're just to name it what it is. And this is all inside of this camera null. There's a lot of tools in here for ourselves, and also what I'm showing you here is pretty evolved, because it was started as the early, rough animatic, but it evolved into an even more useful tool, because ultimately we would build the animation directly onto this. So we've got, floating head to indicate scale at a glance as we're working. We've got a little bit of a safe zone sphere around that head to give a sense of how close we want things, or how close we don't want objects to come to the camera. We have the VR camera itself here in order to render out frames. The a storyboard camera, which is actually a really helpful tool for looking and conceiving of everything as, here, I'm going to look at our clipping planes here. I have to turn it tiny. Clipping planes, of course, how well objects are rendered either very close to the camera or far away and what you emphasize. Because in this movie, scale changes so dramatically, we actually start off in the lamp. We're very tiny. In fact, there are close-up scenes where we are very small relative to small Ajax, who's in the lamp and then comes out of the lamp and grows. So once we get up here, I've got to turn, so inside the lamp, clipping planes have to be tiny. Once I get up here, I got to turn them back to large because there's the city outside. So scale changes dramatically throughout. And I can't remember what I was saying, but the storyboard cam is a 2D camera like the look-around cam, but that has a target applied so that we can watch through it and have some of these head movements that we assume for the user, or that we emulate if we were doing a clip, a 2D clip like I showed you for Walking Dead. But here it's more of a keeping track of information. Where are they looking right now? Oh, okay, that means we can have something out the window. It needs to be this window. So a storyboard cam kind of is a way to create an easy 2D storyboard, render it out of your master project, just like you would render your 360 frames. It becomes a working document. So you'll notice that there is a difference here that's pretty major between this animatic and the project file that I showed you for Kaiju Confidential. And that is, instead of having a bunch of different cameras indicating our sort of still storyboard images, being in that paradigm, there is keyframe animation here. These characters are going through poses, and they're being expressive, and the camera is moving, laid out in keyframes in time. However, I do want to point out that none of these are timed, the timing here is arbitrary. We've put 100 frames between different poses, and I'm still thinking about this as a storyboard creation tool at this stage, where I don't want to make anything that's difficult to adjust later, like locking in performance in any way. If I need Ajax to go through a couple poses at a particular camera position, we'll just go in and generate several poses in a row without worrying about kind of the order of them, and then exporting that out and rendering this out is just to get all those poses into Premiere, because the animatic process, where we really want to start putting in temp voiceover, putting in music, deciding the pace and dramatics of the scene, I really want that to be in an editorial environment where moving things around or swapping two poses, he should have his hands up earlier instead of later, that those changes are extremely fluid and in a very animatic workflow style. So you can hear there's temp voices here. Ajax is a comedy about a genie and a lawyer negotiating wishes for this little girl, and a lot of the humor is contract humor. It's not everybody's cup of tea. I think it's hilarious, but it's really about the minutia of this negotiation that then both characters think have concluded in their favor, and then they sort of have a reckoning. But Ajax grows very large and holds the little girl, whose name is Izzy, in his hand. He's also starts out very small in the lamp before she opens the lid and he pops out. So this was really, a writing tool. I could put in temp voiceover, I could change a line, I could work on it sort of live with timing, and then take those changes and put them back into the script as a second step. The writing was happening here. The performance and pacing was happening here. And this sequence also became kind of the master audio sequence. As we got performance, we recorded our actors and we drop it in here, swapping out real music and sound design for the stuff that I was using as placeholder.
I'm not a lawyer anymore. I'm free. No longer bound in servitude to an endless string of fickle and demanding masters. Oh, right. Sorry.
So that's a little clip of, Chris Parnell doing his performance. Point being is that all that material went straight into the animatic, what started as the animatic file and became our kind of master assembly file. So you might think, but Ajax was supposedly a game engine project. Why are you doing this animatic with 360 video renders? Well, you're exactly right. Even though this project was totally different in some respects from something like Kaiju Confidential, which was pre-rendered, that still, having a 360 video animatic was still a very useful part of the process. And the file where we generated the animatic material, now I'm jumping ahead in time by months to show you ultimately our final production file. This is the same file. It's, the things are organized a little bit differently. There's a lot of splines for camera movements here, but our VR scale null with the head there to show scale and the safe zone, and our VR production camera, we're not even using that camera. That's really the animatic production camera, because what ultimately is going to be exported from this file is an FBX to go into the game engine. And then in the game engine, there's going to be a player controller, that's the simulated head, sitting in this null. So all the movement and scaling that we were doing in the animatic translates directly into the final production file and then directly into the Unity game engine environment. All the choices we were making early on, even little details, the easing on the camera movement, and the exact size doesn't have to be replicated again. It's carried forward directly, and those same nulls are controlling those choices at the final production. The final compiled game, or rather, it's not a game, but the compiled app from Unity. So, what's changed between these files, outside of the structures remain the same, is the animation. So let me. Well, that's why. I was wondering why nobody was moving. It's because I'm looking at a very small period of time. So, our animator is working in C4D. These characters bringing in assets from potentially other artists, and our final production is taking place here. This project file is really about pure animation, expression, gesture, performance at this stage. And we've now, used the animatic project to edit together all the final audio into a great radio play and brought it back into C4D for the purposes of lip sync and performance. And this is what the project transforms into. So now it's one long, unbroken shot with movement happening all around the camera, because our viewer, of course, is going to be transported into this world. The lighting choices here are placeholder. There's a lot of the textures are placeholder. You can see this big cone over here. That's the cone of light from the projector in the screen, or sorry, in the scene. But it's right now, all we need is really getting that shape into game engine. It's the translucency, the look of that cone is going to be done in game engine. So it doesn't have to look good here. It just has to be the right place and space relative to everything else. Ajax was created for a mobile device. It's meant to play on Oculus Quest. And so a lot of the lighting, shadowing, texture work necessarily needs to take place there, because there's limitations. We can't have as many lights on at once as we may have done otherwise if it was for a different hardware. That's what you do in the game engine along with the interactive authoring. All of that stuff is coming from C4D as an FBX. One interesting aspect to using a linear timeline like this for what will ultimately be interactive, it raises some interesting issues. So what do I mean by interactive in this case? In Ajax, the viewer is not aware of any choices that they can make, or they're not aware of their agency in the world at all. It happens all behind the scenes based on where they're looking. And what it is, it doesn't branch the story or have different endings. That's really not the point here. It's about creating a more seamless, immersive world and having things happen just as you look at them. Punchlines always land. You never miss anything behind your head. So we're really triggering certain animation when you look at it, and all that work is done in the game engine. But what we have to do to allow for that is make some clever choices. So for instance, Ajax always floats. Right now you see he's standing on the desk, but every time he's flying, there's particles emanating from him, little stars, a little sort of trail of stars that he leaves when he moves around. and he's always bobbing up and down in space a little bit. But you'll see he's not doing that bob here. Here he's frozen in space. That's because we've actually divided the animation across that line between the strict animation phase here and the assembly and the interactivity in the game engine by building a system, or allowing for, with our choices rather, doing some amount of procedural animation that's done live in real time, combined with our traditional animation here, his expressions and gestures. So an easy way that we did it, like our straightforward choice here, was that at this phase, he never moves from in space. He never has that bob up and down. It's not the intention creatively, but it's the right time to do that bobbing is to add that in Game Engine as a procedural programmatic movement. That's where he hovers up and down. The same way with all the particles that come out of him and that we use at different times for magical events and magical objects. All that's procedural in Game Engine. And what that does is, I mentioned the interactive triggers here. The gaze triggers that we've hidden invisibly in the scene. If Ajax asks a question of Kleiner, the lawyer character, he finishes his statement, he'll sit there looking expectantly, floating up and down, particles emanating, the sound continues in the background, traffic sounds, everything is live, even though the master animation track is waiting for you to look over at Kleiner before that bit of comedy or that key dramatic moment happens. And it's not given away because there's also procedural animation happening in the scene to give it life around you, even though key animation that's is waiting for you to trigger it. And I can show you a little bit of what that looks like. This is a screen capture inside the quest here. So that little float and all the flashing stars are happening in the game engine and are not added in our animation file.
Pardon me, quick legal question for you.
What?
Why don't cannibals eat clowns?
I'm not sure that's the case.
Because they taste funny! You get it? Because they taste funny.
Ha ha.
Forget it.
Oh, good.
I'll leave you with that joke. So I hope you found that interesting and gave you some insight into me and my projects, but also VR in general, and especially where C4D can fit into different VR workflows, from ideation and creation to previs material for all types of projects, to full production and animation for pre-rendered projects and animated game engine experiences, and even creating some publicity material and other types of tasks you may come across. Ajax All Powerful is going to be more widely available and released more widely before the end of the year. It's actually already available in some VR arcades in Asia, but look out for that later this year, especially for mobile VR headsets.
Welcome back to the show, ladies and gentlemen. And we're here with Ethan Shaftel. Ethan, welcome to the show, brother.
Thank you so much for having me. This has been awesome to share some stuff.
Yeah, man, the chat was loving it. So it seemed that like just halfway through, got a couple awesomes and things like that. Amazing. So everybody's chiming in now. We already had a lineup of questions. David had like 12 questions, but good job. They were all good questions, Dave. So I'm going to jump in and start with those. So somebody asked about just your skies and your environment. So what are you doing for skies in your environments and in your scenes?
Mostly it's a big dome with the texture. I mean, it depends on the project, but for Ajax, it's a big dome with the texture with sort of the painterly brushstrokes that I was talking about in the sky, which brings up an interesting point where if you want sort of brushstrokes in the material, you need to think about scale of the brushstrokes. So they need to be the same size perceptively in the sky as they are on some object that's close up, so that the whole thing looks kind of painted. So there's enormous brushstrokes in the sky. There's small brushstrokes on, foreground objects.
Wow. Okay. Did you learn that the hard way?
Yeah, the hard way. You look at something and it doesn't work, and you're like, oh, man, why is this so? Yeah.
I already did this, but I did it bad. All right, let's see. somebody was wondering about poly count. Since you're working in Engine on these projects, is that something that you go with trial and error, or are there some best practices to know ahead of time?
Yeah, well, I think there's a couple different layers to that question. Anything you do in Engine, you have to be really conscious of that, of poly count for everything, and then it's even more so in VR, and then it's even more so on new devices. So Ajax was made for Oculus Quest. That's what we were aiming for from the beginning, and it had just come out as we kind of began production. So there was stuff online about like what kind of, and Oculus had published sort of official figures, and I think it was something like 100,000 polys is in view as a maximum. And I believe that's calculated, inside view, and so things over your shoulder don't count. But that was their published guide, and that was, I think, conservative. We were able to be more than that and still have it play. But you really have to be more strict if you're planning to be sold on the Oculus Store, which is what we're doing now. So trial and error was interesting, and people were starting to post things about like best practices for the new device. I mean, the older a platform has been around, the more like people's tips and tricks you can find online. And so with making something for the Quest, which is a mobile device, not only was it very strict, but there just wasn't a lot of information out there. So we were making test scenes and putting like a bunch of versions of one character just to see how many before they started to get laggy and buggy. And we weren't really doing very good analytics. It was mostly just like, does it look okay when we watch it? We weren't really using the analysis tools. So I mean, I guess the main points here are, if it's game engine instead of pre-rendered, you have to have some, goals from the beginning, and some sense of how you're going to limit it. So at each stage, I would give the artist and be like, okay, well, we really don't want the character to be more than 15,000 polys, and then a version would come back and it would be awesome. And Ajax is very frequently sort of in your face, so it would be like, okay, well, we'll put more of our poly budget on Ajax and then try to trim at other characters. And then his nose is really present and very close to you. So the curvature of his nose was worth using some more of that budget. So you're always sort of stealing from Peter to pay Paul, so that you can, anything that's unforgiving, like the curve of his cheeks or his nose, got a couple more polys. And everything that we could get away with, we stole from it. And a lot of times individual parts of the movie expose weaknesses that you can actually then sidestep by changing a gesture, or or even changing a line, so that a character doesn't expose how few polys, for instance, in their shoulders it might be, because it's not very visible. Certain gestures really expose that. So it's just a matter, I guess here's the answer, it's sort of running on. Have something in mind, but then you have to check in constantly at all the components, and then you'll still be way over budget when you put everything in the scene and have to go back.
Budgeting.
And trim.
It's all polygon budgeting, and just cheating wherever you can to get ongoing. What the focus point is, and kind of adjusting your poly. Yeah. So that's really interesting. I think we have some other questions down here that we'll go into that a little bit more. But I know there's definitely updates, and maybe I know you when we talked before, you were mentioning as far as like poly count being a thing. And I know Unreal, the latest Unreal, I know you mentioned it's hard to find Unreal people because they're always booked, but I know like Polygon limitations are, seem like a thing of the past. So maybe that can, free you if you can ever find a programmer to work with you on something.
Yeah, I mean, it changes so fast that you have to. There is something to be said for designing with the next generation in mind, or the next release. Because you don't want to be, it's similar when you're making, motion graphics, trying to choose an output resolution. You're like, okay, I'll do 4K. I'll never need more than 4K because my deliverable to this customer is, HD or whatever. And then it's like the next job, they're like, oh, can you send a version of that in 8K? And you have to go back into your production workflow. So it's a never ending arms race between what's being demanded by the platforms. Oh, now we stream 8K, and what is actually like feasible in your workflow. And Polycount's a perfect example of that. Later, I'll wish I had higher poly characters because I'll want to port this onto platforms that support it, and it will be stuck with old limitations that don't apply.
I like that. It's the arms race. It's the resolution arms race. Somebody was wondering about render settings for stereoscopic. So when you're working with stereoscopic, what are your render settings or some of your best practices that you ran into, or just
Sure.
what are some of the things that you deal with in the stereoscopic workflow?
I guess that could be asking about a couple things, but the settings in stereoscopic, for the 360 output, I'm really always using stereoscopic because it looks better, and is more impactful in VR to have something that's in 3 dimensions. So the main setting in terms of that tool that I'm tweaking is the interocular distance. The distance between your eyes is the perceptive, is what you perceive of the world around you. Well, it's the distance between your eyes that is the user's head in this environment. So if it's a little bit, your head is small, so you're seeing the world as someone who's very small. The bigger you change that setting, the bigger you are in space, and the smaller everything is relative to you. And that's a really interesting tool. That's a great discussion to have, because scale is something that I think is really worth exploring in VR. But the question might be more about just like, what are the render settings in the output for something like an animatic? And I would just say that, I don't care if it's ugly. I don't have, global illumination or ambient occlusion on or anything like that, because I'm only trying to get exports faster, to iterate faster, and not be bogged down. So, I standard renderer with the kind of simplest setting, the least computationally expensive settings for output is useful if you're really using the animatic as a working document in order to evolve your project, with spatial elements.
So you keep it really light.
Yeah.
It's
Sometimes if you want to present, you can up those settings at the end, and if you're showing a financier or something, like this is what the vision is. So there's certainly reasons to do a high quality setting later, but keeping it simple. For resolution, I would always make the resolution higher, because that affects how well you're gauging space. So I wouldn't really render something less than a 4K by 4K frame for an animatic purpose, but take off the visual bells and whistles, take out your shadows, do minimal, don't worry about light if you're using this as a working document and as a playground. Then later you can refine that.
Yeah, just use it for storytelling. So, so are there any instances where you're actually animating the focal distance, or the interocular distance? Yeah, are you ever animating that parameter?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's one of the techniques that I am specifically, working on and evolving and experimenting with and utilizing in many projects, which is animating the scale of the user in these sort of very quick moves. And so doing that, something like Ajax, which had the animatic process fully in C4D, and then the final production was in Game Engine, and we ported that over. The way interocular distances works is slightly different in both places. So in Ajax, if you put so in C4D, if you put your stereoscopic camera and scale it up and down, that doesn't change the interocular distance kind of live. You can't start with the head, make it twice as big with just a scale tool, and then render, and then it won't affect that interocular. It's treating that as a separate type of it's keyframeable, but it's a separate component of the camera. So
got it.
I'll scale the camera, and I'll put the camera in a null and then scale it up to 200% size if I want the user to scale. But then I'll have to go in and do keyframes between 6 centimeters and 12 centimeters over that same time. And that's for the animatic part. But then when I export into Game Engine, that scale on the null that goes to 200% size, that is all that I need. I can forget about the camera itself, but the null is what goes into Game Engine. I put the character controller, the player controller element, which is like the live VR-driven camera in the Game Engine. I put that inside the null, and then that scale takes care of the null scale takes care of the user growing to be twice as big. So that makes sense.
Just links. You just link that.
All you need is that scale to work in Game Engine. But in C4D, in order to watch your 360 and see the right scale, you have to also have your interocular distance doing a keyframe scale in tandem. So it did double duty. You only need to do one or the other of those if you're not going to be both doing a pre-rendered animatic and a game engine production the way Ajax was. If you do both at the same time just to start, then you're safe either way. If that makes sense.
Very cool. Yeah, no, it's good to know because I'm sure people are going to want to try these different techniques. So like, why doesn't it look as big when I'm I scaled it up? Why doesn't it look as big? So that's definitely a big takeaway. Someone was asking about spatial sound. So I know in Game Engine you can have like sound coming from a different location. How do you work with setting up your scene and exporting for that, or how does that work for you in your workflow?
Sure. I just thought of something though that I want to point out about my last statement, which is that I'm on R20, so it's possible someone else would have to confirm. Maybe the VR camera and the interocular distance and the scale issue that I'm pointing out, that could be different in other versions. So just take that with the knowledge that I'm speaking of my experience in R20.
Yeah, someone in tech, if you guys know, just let me know on that in our team chat, and I'll let
scale the VR camera and render. Does it change the interocular distance to be multiplied by the scalar or not? And I don't think. Well, it's not the case in R20. Okay, so sorry, spatial sound.
Spatial sound is the next one.
So so for a game engine project like Ajax, all the sound and the spatial nature of the sound is live happening, is real time rendered in the game engine. Meaning, I'll take an audio source like just Ajax's dialogue, just the words that come out of his mouth, and it gets attached to a particular place in space, and it's playing that audio source, like my recorded dialogue for Ajax or Henry Winkler's dialogue, out of where that mouth is. And then it's in Game Engine, it's the combination of all the different sources moving around you, playing from their little virtual speakers that create the spatial mix. And they don't all have to be spatialized. You can make background sound that's stereo that never changes when you move your head. But pretty much all sound effects, dialogue, everything that happens is a source coming from a point in space. So how do you set that up in C4D for the workflow so you can do that later? Two ways that we approach it. So first, in terms of all the animatic and pre-production, all the steps up to the very end, I'm doing just a stereo audio mix with no spatialization in Premiere, along with the animatic, along with the rough drafts of the animation, etc. We deal in stereo first, and then it's kind of a late in the game process where you're like, all right, the animation's looking great. We're ready to, split apart all these components of our stereo mix into chunks that are going to come from different points in space. So you can kind of put that off as long as you have a way of constantly digging into your sound mix to pull out components for the spatialization.
So you just point out individual clips at that point.
Yeah, so you can call them stems, for instance. So it's like, I'll just want to take all of Ajax's voice and put it in his mouth. Then the other thing that's interesting, though, is as long as there is something, so in C4D, you can plan ahead for this, because as long as there's a null or an object or something, some transform somewhere is where the intended source is coming from, then you don't need to do anything additional. So for Ajax, for instance, it was all very obvious. Everything that makes a sound is also an animated object. So the can that bounces off the wall, Ajax crumbles a can and throws it, and it falls in a certain place. Then when we're in Game Engine, it already exists. So I take the sound of a can plonking around or crumpling, and I just stick it in the can, and it plays it. So I don't have to think about fine-tuning position. But let's say you wanted to have a ghost flying around saying a voice or some audio effect or something that was not represented visually anyways. You could animate a null to do that movement of the sound in C4D as part of your animation. And then later on, what that means is you have that null available to stick your ghostly voice in or something, so it's going to swirl around the user. And it's a lot easier to do that animation movement in C4D than in Game Engine. At least I've found. It's Game Engine you can do things like that, but it's a lot harder to start keyframing and stuff like that. You want to have all your sound sources represented somewhere in space, whether they're visible or not. But mostly you don't really need to think up a new, unless it's a specific use like invisible sounds that are going to be moving in a certain way, then you can mostly just stick it onto the object that already exists in the animation.
Just directly connect to an object.
Yeah.
Unless you're working with Ghost, and it is that time of the year. So think about that, folks.
Yeah, well, now that I said that's a great idea. So make it,
So, yeah, make sure by next show somebody has done that and give me an update. Send a link.
Right.
Send me a link. Somebody is wondering, because of the cut in 3D rendering, does motion blur work? Do you render motion blur or glow effects in Cinema and add it to post? So yeah, what is your post processing like? Are you adding some effects? Or?
Yeah, post processing is interesting too, because it's one of those things where the fact that I'm working in VR sort of further limits the ability of post processing. At least post processing, because there's post processing for your renders. If you're doing a pre-rendered, VR 360 video from C4D, but there's also post-processing that's affected in real time in the game engine that you can choose, and there, all glows, for instance. So Ajax doesn't have any post-processing, largely because right now VR hardware is recommended just like don't do it. Don't have. If it was not for VR, then you could do all your motion blur in game engine. You could do grain, you could do glow effects. Glow is actually really good. Motion blur, it depends. So just for a console screen, a TV screen or a computer screen or mobile screen, doing those things in post-processing in game engine in real time is a great idea. For VR, you really don't want to do that just because of hardware limitations, and I think that'll probably go away over time. You can certainly put them on, but it looks weird and it has conflicts and it gets laggy. So for motion blur specifically, that's a great question, because the types of camera movements that I'm trying to do and develop and explore and using in multiple projects are very fast, sudden little zips across space that are usually less than a second. And motion blur really helps those in a lot of ways. And so for something pre-rendered like Kaiju Confidential, you certainly could do motion blur in C4D and the results would be better than doing post-processing. But I found that it actually doesn't make much difference over such a short time. So I even like to put motion blur on my animatics because it helps. That's such an integral part of the visual language, these fast zips.
Right.
Even though it's an animatic, I want to have that level of polish so that I'm correctly perceiving these. But I do that as a After Effects post-process entirely, and I don't do it in the render for time reasons alone. And even comparing the best motion blur and kind of the worst, cheapest post-process version, when you're talking about a 1 little second zip with that kind of extreme movement, it doesn't make much quality difference.
Yeah, your quality eye doesn't catch it so much.
Yeah, but it really helps. Having it on there really helps. You can even do a really cheap and dirty way if you want. Don't even worry about like a pixel motion blur in After Effects, but go in, chop out the period of fast motion, and just add regular blur or directional blur. Which in 360 video doesn't always look how you intend it because the directions are warped because of how the format is. But just adding regular blur, just a couple points of it on for those movements, is good enough for motion blur throughout like an animatic process.
Very cool. Yeah, we like the cheap and dirty tricks here. That's so more of that. Keep those coming here. Let's see. Someone who's wanted to know, can you explain about the various camera views in Premiere? So yeah, how are you working with the different camera views in Premiere when you're editing this?
Sure. Well, it depends a little bit on your project. The way that all my projects are is that you are, at least the ones I've talked about, you're in one specific spot and it's like one unbroken shot. So I don't have to have something like multiple views that I'm rendering out and then jumping between them. So if I'm understanding the question right, how the Premiere workspace works is nice because in your viewer, you're able to activate a VR mode and enable it, which allows you to see the 360 video on your screen. And this has been around for a while in Premiere, so it's a useful, it's a useful tool. It's really the only way to work with 360 is to be able to turn that on, and then instead of your head movement, you're just using your mouse. But it's still a single view. It's still representing what's in your timeline, singularly, one thing at a time, just as if it was non-360, but it's formatted it correctly so you can make choices that are more meaningful. And if you're editing 360 video, you're thinking a lot about where the user's eye is on a cut. Now, again, in my projects, there's no visible cuts. These are one sort of unbroken experience. There's cuts sometimes to a flashback or something, but so this is relevant. But especially if you're editing 360 video, you've shot a lot of things, you want to cut them together. You're thinking about where the viewer's eye is. So by enabling the VR view in Premiere, you can use a rotation tool so that where they've looked at the end of one shot is where they're looking, where you want them to look at the beginning of the next one. So like if I've followed you walking across the room and the next shot is the sunset, I don't want the sunset behind my back. The viewer will be like looking at a wall. So rotating and moving the 360 spheres so that you always have a sense of the user journey over here to over there, over here to over there is really important. And then I would say one layer deeper than that, you also have a sense of where their body is in space if they happen to be sitting on a couch instead of a spinny chair. And this is a big thing with 360. Everyone making 360 video is sitting in an office and they have a spinny chair. And so when they're watching their work back in their headset, they're like, oh, this is great. There's no obstacles here. And then they, they take it to their friend's house. They sit on the couch, put the headset on, and then suddenly the friend has to like get up on their couch in order to follow it around. So I'm always thinking about if your chair's stationary, how far do you have to move your body or your neck in order to follow the action? And then how to reset that. If I know you're way over here at, if this is 0, negative 90 or negative 120, then I want action to bring you back to center eventually, because your body is going to have a natural magnetism to your initial starting point if your chair is stationary, because you've had to adjust to even look over that far. So those are considerations that are really interesting when you're thinking about it.
That's a big one, yeah. I didn't even think about it. The tactile changes and the range of motion. Yeah, in an office chair, you can just spin and freely move. And then yes, I have done VR on a couch, and it's the awkward climb, and yeah, that's a really good pointer there.
I'll tell you a little interesting thing about Ajax. When you start Ajax and launch it, you're right. I'm assuming you're sitting in your chair. You're starting at 0, right? There's an opening credit sequence that very subtly drags your attention to the left. In fact, that's the only reason the credits exist in the beginning. The titles of 2 production companies and the title. I wasn't going to even put something on, except I realized because of running into kind of problems in the first couple minutes of where I needed action to move around, that I wanted to take your attention subtly over to the left by about 20 degrees in order to open up more possibility to your right because of what I was going to ask the user to do in the very beginning of the movie, which is turn from a TV screen all the way over here to see Ajax watching it. So only by introducing that little negative 20 over the course of 3 titles and you're not even aware, you're just moving your head to follow as they turn on and off, do I get the space I need for the blocking that's about to come? And there's a bunch of cases like that throughout the movie where I really want it to be able to be viewed in a couch, which requires some tricky behind the scenes stuff.
Yeah. So in that process, do you usually find yourself like you're set up in the scene and then you're like, oh, wow, I need to direct action. I need to be able to go back and redirect them for this shot? Or is that something beginning to end that you usually like, okay, I'm going to have them drift this way and that way? Or do you find yourself going back a lot to see what you can tweak to move their attention?
It's all of those things. I definitely have that from the beginning to a certain extent. But when you actually get an animation, things change. You want to have the character do something or adjust or make a more extreme gesture, and you're not even aware that you're farther over in the scene or farther over in the space than you intended. So now you have a problem. Do you go back and change that action, which you're in love with now, in order to have him be not quite as far over? Or do you think about what's coming up next or what precedes it and see if you can fold it into your plan somehow? So it's a lot of back and forth, but I'm drawing, overhead diagrams constantly. Another interesting thing about Premiere, which is nice, is in that VR view, it'll tell you the exact degree of rotation. So as you're moving your mouse around, it will say negative 10, negative 20, positive 10, positive 90, and up and down in elevation. So I'm checking that and looking at it. It's another thing it's actually that's kind of an obvious component of working with 360 video. It's not an obvious component of working in Game Engine. So the fact that a project like Ajax was sketched out in 360 first, and I was making some of those decisions, it was actually a tool for going back and refining what it was refining and making changes to make it work better in Game Engine. And I feel like I wouldn't have come across the solutions if I didn't have the 360 environment to look at with that kind of strict degree and measurement that I was already working with from sort of a circular. I don't know if that makes sense exactly, but
yeah, no, definitely.
As far as solving problems in Game Engine.
Yeah, I mean, because you're not getting it, like just understanding the degree of rotation and things like that. That amount of information, you can see if something's overextended or anything like that, just from the numbers of it. So right. I think they can follow. I mean, I can, and internet's smarter than me, so they know what's going on. All right, let's see here. Somebody's wondering, how does he export images for the storyboard? Since each pose is 100 frames, is it one long video, or is there a way to automate the export of individual frames? So yeah, what's your export process on storyboards?
Yeah, it's different for different projects, but for Ajax, I'll tell you, we rendered out video, and then I edited that video. So I think the key point is that you want to, if you're really using this as a sort of a working tool, like I'm recommending, you want to make sure you can re-export again and again. Your process is going to be re-exporting a million times. It's not the kind of classic, I make my footage and then I work in post on it. It's going to be a constant revision. So there's two good ways to do it. With Ajax, it was simple. We rendered the whole thing, and then I edited it together. So then if we opened, I was expanding time with hold frames, I was shortening things, I was whatever. Then if we made changes, we would re-render the entire thing. And that's why we gave the 100 frames. We could put more poses in between them without doing a ripple effect change, because we'd re-render the whole thing. Then I'd reconnect in Premiere, and it would just be all updated. And then, for instance, if there was a new pose, I'd have to go cut it out of the footage that I wasn't using because I had chopped all the blank parts out, bring it into my sequence and edit it in. So the key, and so I had a vision for just the constant re-rendering and relinking in Premiere. The entire thing, was part of the workflow. In Kaiju, we did a little bit differently because there was less movement and less gestures in the animatic. It was more static poses. So instead, we just had a render setting, a unique render setting for every single frame that in C4D that we were going to render. And then that makes it easier to re-render that frame. So the render settings list has all these different frame numbers with our little notes to it. So it's like camera move between position 1 and position 2, or all the different names for it. And then we would render that entire queue each time, or actually only every relevant one is fine, but then I'd reconnect only that one still.
Right.
So regardless, you don't want to just do kind of ad hoc where you're like, oh, I'll render this, which is how I started doing it. It's like, oh, I'll render this, that's all I need. Ooh, I'll need a new pose, I'll add it to the end, I'll render that, without a record of your renders, because then it's not reproducible when you've decided like, oh, I want to add a better background. All this action's going great, but let's put it in a cool room. Well, to do that, you need to globally re-render all your frames again so that update tracks. As long as you're thinking ahead to re-rendering constantly and leaving breadcrumbs for yourself in order to do multiple passes, then it will be an easier process.
Yeah, it sounds like the take system would be great here. Is that something that you're using or your team uses?
Not really, and I'm sure that's because of my lack of knowledge. But my understanding is,
use the take system.
We're just getting into that. So
yeah.
I think
for what you just talked about, that's definitely, Adobe Cineversity, the take system for being able to do that and isolate, different objects, or you're going to isolate different scenes and, frame ranges, different camera settings, or any of the different settings, for each of the different shots, takes it the way to go. So definitely check that one out. Someone was wondering about rules. So are there any rules for camera movement in 360? We're used to, in traditional filmmaking, the 180 rule and things like that. You don't want to break the plane of the camera and stuff like that. So are there any rules like that to avoid sickness, nausea, or just good filmmaking, since you've made several of these that is good to pass along?
Well, this is the topic that I'm like most interested in. I'll say that I don't think there's a kind of consensus on rules in general for kind of narrative VR that might, so I'll say there's not consensus, but I have some pretty strong beliefs about what, through trial and error, I'm using in projects again and again that I think, stand up to some scrutiny. There is a component of this, which is, that question was also about nausea and kind of user comfort. There's more consensus on that. And part of what I'm trying to do is create a sort of robust grammar for camera movement that does not conflict with any of the triggers for nausea that we have a pretty good understanding of. So for that, it's pretty well known. So I can say, camera movement tends to cause any conflict between movement in the virtual space and your body movement in actual space is a potential trigger for motion sickness. So like, in other words, if you're watching, if you're in a seated experience like my projects are, and you have a headset on, and yet you fly across the room in VR, that's a potential trigger. That's a liability. So how do you make those work in the best way? Well, there's a bunch. So I told you that, for instance, my camera movements are very short and they have like motion blur on them. We're really talking about 22, 24 frames in almost all cases. That's a big component. Swift, fast movement, similar to being on Google Street View and going from one place to another, and then followed by periods of static position where things happening around you, those seem to be very comfortable. So I think so slow movement and movement that accelerates and decelerates seem to be very uncomfortable. People have a lot of problems with something that, ramps up and then ramps down. So that's one. Two, what type of direction of movement is, the first, let's say point one is time. Keep them short is a good strategy. It's one that I use a lot. Secondly, directionality is really important here. Meandering movement that, rotates and moves like that, nausea city. Instead, short aside, direct movement between 2 points is going to be more comfortable. Rotation is very uncomfortable. So I never do that. It's always just position. Anything that affects the horizon line, if that rotates like, any tilt like this, that's the worst. You definitely don't want horizon line to change. So avoiding all those big things is something that really drives me in the search, because in cinema, camera movement is such a driver of energy and momentum and editorial pace that I don't want to lose all of that by having just long static movies. So I do very fast movements. That's one. Two, I only move directly towards or away where I think or hope or can ensure, depending on the project, that you're looking at anyways. So what I mean by this is the object of attention is always directly in front of you. And you're either pulling back, which is adding context, or pushing forward, which is adding detail to that one object. So I'm even saying it in language that I wouldn't have been able to tell you 2 years ago, because now looking back at what I've developed, this is how I'm defining how this works. So adding context and detail, if you think about visually, zooming into something has a component of the screen that remains consistent throughout. In fact, and it remains the same point in your vision. Like if I'm to zoom across the room towards a character's face, visually there's strong overlap and only parts of the frame are being eliminated. Same thing with pulling out. Visually there's a strong overlap. So I believe that that's more comfortable for your brain and certainly more comfortable for perceived motion. Strafing to the side, for instance, where everything is wiping away as you're looking this way because you're moving directly to your right and completely replaced by a new object, that seems to be much more likely to cause motion sickness. So in something like Kaiju Confidential, which is pre-rendered, I can't ensure that you're looking where I want you to look. I can do my best. I can drive your attention over to here. I can have a funny joke happen with, what he says right here. I can leave no extra time so that the viewer isn't looking around, and then pull back very quickly. So that was my strategy. Tight pacing and really directed attention means that I hope you're looking where I want you to look. The difference with Ajax is I can do that same tight pacing and same directing of attention, but then I can make it so that if you aren't looking where I want you to look, the camera will not move. That's the interactive triggers. The triggers that happen are more about controlling movement through the space, so you always experience every movement the way that I want you to, and the way that happens to be very comfortable from a motion sickness point of view. That's the reason for those interactive triggers, and that's the reason why the projects I'm doing are moving into game engine because I want to be able to have that insurance. And if you're not looking at this place, I can provide more cues and more things happening in the scene to drive your attention until you do, and then the camera movement takes place. So that's the strategy. That's the movement strategy.
So you use that trigger. So you're building that in, and that's a game engine functionality. So you wait till you get to that point. Now you can actually continue your storytelling.
Yeah, every trigger in Ajax is directly before one of the movements, so that movement is controlled in that fashion.
Yeah, I saw people coming in and saying, "Oh, you need to do an article just on that whole thing, just on some of your best practices." I kind of like the idea of the seasick thing. I'm like, oh, I need to do a nice boat sim for people, just a nice relaxing horizon shift. Just a nice seasick. Let's see here. We're coming to the project. What's that?
I said depends on your goal of the project. If you want to make people throw up, that is a very achievable goal.
It does very well. That's a very good technique. So we got a couple questions here. We're going to try and keep it quick because we got about like 2 minutes before we wrap up here. So let's see if we can knock these out real quick. How was the texturing and UV process sampled from C4D to the game engine?
The UVs transfer very well, and the textures transfer very well. So I don't think we had any stumbling blocks there. If it looked good in C4D, it transferred, and then we would update later. We iterated more on the game engine side as we changed designs, and we didn't bother bringing it back into C4D.
Got it. Let's see, are you bringing in your camera setups in Cinema or just using proxies, or are you just using them as proxies and replacing them in game?
Yeah, they don't, they transfer in basically as they end up just as a null. So yeah, so the fact that there's a VR camera inside our camera null in the C4D side is to serve that animatic and export, task. And then by the time it's game engine, it's not serving any function anymore, but the null that's inside of it, that's going through the position and scale transformation, that itself is what's driving our player in VR.
So that is replaced with a game camera.
Yeah, exactly.
Game camera. All right, last one here. Somebody was asking about lip sync software. So are you using any special software for lip syncing, or is that just all taken care of by the animator?
It was all hand animated keyframed. We had a couple people, we had some people come in just to do lip sync as well. I know there's a lot of good solutions out there for this that are more cutting edge than what we could like pivot to quickly. At least to get some, in VR, there's so many people, there's so much to think about to animate that being able to take shortcuts for some amount of dialogue to get kind of basic lip sync executed and then build onto it would be great. I'm just not an expert on that, so we did it the old school way.
Yeah, definitely. And the last question here, someone was wondering why Unity and not Unreal? And it seems like Unreal would be able to handle a lot of the limitations that you mentioned, but have you tried to work in Unreal before? What are some of the obstacles in that, or is it just a matter of getting the team?
I'm highly interested in Unreal and have been, working in it from the point of view of just trying to get more up to speed on it. The developers that I know that can easily kind of jump on a project once we get the financing and there's no time to do anything else happen to be working in Unity. So I don't think there's any reason. We weren't avoiding Unreal at all. It was just, let's get this done with the army that we have. But I'm highly interested in using Unreal and in the future, and I'm exploring it.
Just need to get the team tooled up. I know it's just like Unreal. I feel just took the scene by storm. Just like all the development that was released even in the last 9 months is kind of blown the industry away. So awesome, Ethan. Thank you so much for being here, brother. This was excellent stuff. So go back and watch this several times over, folks. There's so many little nuggets in there if you're looking at a VR project, and I definitely encourage you to do that. So check that out. We'll be right back after this commercial break with Lauren Fischer. Thanks again.
Thank you.
yeah, show me just what you got. Turn around, don't ever let 'em hold you back. Just let the heart attack. Call me a maniac. I want my baby back. Yeah.
Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you.
Just let the heart attack. Call me a maniac. I want my baby back. Just let the heart attack. Call me a maniac. I want my baby back. Just let the heart attack. Call me a maniac. Yeah.
Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you.
Tool Farm makes waves with amazing deals and fast and knowledgeable customer service.
Swim on in for incredible deals on software and plugins at Tool Farm.
Create without limits with precision mobile workstations. Maximum power, speed, and performance when and wherever you need it. So you can perfect every pixel. Break ground in unexpected places. And make the most extraordinary ideas a reality. Discover your next big idea Precision mobile workstations. Create without limits.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars, designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
MoGraph.com, an online resource for motion graphic artists. Start your week with the MoGraph podcast. Industry news, interviews with your favorite artists, and terrible humor. Watch live shows and interviews from MoGraph events like NAB, SIGGRAPH, Half-Res, and local meetups.
This is exactly what I should be doing.
Our MoGraph talks feature live demos and motivation from artists all around the world.
Sometimes you gotta make stuff that you're not gonna put on your reel, and I'm not here to judge.
What if Rick and Morty show up for the countdown at midnight? That's where I peaked in life, in my career.
We gotta stop this thing, Rick! It's gonna kill us all!
Hear from the people that create your software, design your render engines, and artists that are changing the face of modern motion graphics.
You get that render done. Yeah, you better frame what?
MoGraph tutorials and online classes will teach you about Cinema 4D, After Effects, as well as other popular software and render engines.
Throw in HDR Studio, take the render settings, pick the HDR, put in a reflection, and gorgeous.
Join the conversation in our live sessions.
Ah, that's so funny! All right, I'm gonna live forever.
Subscribe today and get the latest updates on our YouTube and other social media channels.
Take all your dreams and just do it!
Subscribe to MoGraph.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 3D Motion Show. I'm your host, Matthias Omatola, aka Major VFX on all the social networks and whatnot. We have amazing artists lined up for you throughout this week, or at least till Thursday, so definitely stay tuned. And if you guys are on YouTube checking us out or any of the other streams, make sure you go to 3dmotionshow.com. Right under the player, you'll see a place to sign up. We still have more shows coming up throughout the year, so make sure you can sign up to get notified of our next upcoming show. Stay tuned. We are coming up with our very next artist, an LA local here, Lauren Fischer. Check her out.
How's it going? My name is Lauren Fischer. I'm a creative director based out of Los Angeles, California, and I'm currently the Chief Creative Officer at the Famous Group. And I'm super duper excited to be here with you today to talk about my most favorite software, which is MAXON Cinema 4D. When Matthias reached out to me to do this, I was like, felt like I was in a dream because for the longest time, and maybe even right now, I've felt like this sort of outsider when it comes to 3D. I've just sort of taught myself by throwing myself into the program, but it has now become, years later, such an important part of my workflow, and I use it all the time. So this really feels like a dream come true for me to be talking with you and being in the company of so many great artists at Adobe Max. So thank you so much for being here. First things first, I just want to jump right in and show you guys my reel, and we'll talk some more on the other side. See you in a second. I'm really excited to be here and honored to be here, especially because I've always thought of myself as a non-traditional 3D artist. I've been using Cinema 4D in my work probably for the last 6 or 7 years, which feels like a long time, but I'm always discovering something new in this program. So my background is in motion graphics. I started out doing broadcast design, and then over the last several years, I've been doing a lot of work in the sports world, doing open videos and projection mapping pieces and live events. I worked on a TV show recently, which I'll talk a little bit more about. I do a lot of live action directing. My work really runs the gamut. And for a long time, I just considered myself, I stayed away from 3D because when I first learned it years and years ago, I learned Maya, which is a great program, but it just felt so non-intuitive. And I like to work intuitively. I like to play. I like to discover. I like to get my hands dirty. And for a while, I just thought you couldn't do that in 3D. And then Cinema 4D came along and really changed that for me. And it's just become, like I said, a huge part of my toolbox. It's like my multi-tool in my visual arsenal. I use it for traditional MoGraph projects, projection mapping, previs for some of the live action stuff that I do. Sometimes just I'll sketch out an idea, or I'll just get into cinema just to keep the creative juices flowing and just play around. It's great for so many different things. It's also great for people like me who often have really tight timelines and tight budgets. So I know that's probably familiar to a lot of you out there. So today I want to show you some of those techniques that I use to work with what you've got. That's one of my mantras. And sometimes you don't have a lot of time, sometimes you don't have a lot of money. So there's that part of it. But on the other side, I also want to talk about unique sort of capture techniques or elements that we can work with. So I want to talk a little bit about 3D scanning and some things like that, and just different ways that I approach creative ideas using cinema. I'm also going to try and show you all projects that use a lot of native tools. So I love GPU renderers. So Redshift is a GPU renderer that's amazing. You can make beautiful work with it. I love plugins and tools. I love XParticles, but I'm going to try and just keep most of this about using standard render or physical render in cinema, and using a lot, like I said, a lot of the native tools. Just to give a little bit of an overview of what we're going to talk about today, the first shot I'm going to go over is from Greatness Code, and that is going to cover using the really powerful cloner tool to create a huge swath of surfers waiting for waves. And then the next shot we're going to work on is going to be another one from Greatness Code. And this one uses a really powerful tool, again, with vertex maps and using fields to animate textures on. We used a bunch of really beautiful 3D busts for the whole show, and a technique I used to give life to the busts, and that was using shaders and vertex maps and fields. And then last, I want to talk about a really fun thing that you'll see a theme through my work, which is 3D scanning. I love bringing real life objects into these really abstract worlds and doing really strange and out of this world things with everyday objects or people. And it's just a way of sort of bringing together, as you can see in my reel, I love live action as well. Bringing together animation with live action and 3D scanning, bringing real world objects into 3D is just something that I think is really fun. So we're going to go over some cool ways that we can use 3D scanning just using our phones to get pretty nice quality scans. So let's jump right in and talk about this first shot, which is from Kelly Slater's episode, world famous surfer Kelly Slater. He talks about how he was at Pipeline, which is a huge competition. This was his dream competition, and how crowded it was. So we had to figure out how to make a crowded ocean surface, you know, picturing just hundreds and hundreds of surfers sitting there floating, waiting for waves. Okay, so here we are in Cinema 4D, and I've got this lovely 3D model of a surfer sitting on a surfboard. I created this using a rigged model from TurboSquid to get him in this sort of seated pose, and then this additional surfboard model, and just plopped him right on there. So the first thing we need to do is create the ocean surface. So the way we're going to do that is with a plane. And with this plane, we're going to make it a little bit bigger. So we'll make it 500 by 500. Cool. And so now we want to create, you know, a disturbance upon this plane texture. And we're going to use the displacer deformer to do that. So that's right up here, and you make that a child of the plane. And nothing's going to happen yet, because what we need to do is tell the displacer what sort of information to use to displace this surface. So we're going to use a shader for that, and that shader will be a noise shader, which is a really powerful shader within Cinema 4D with a lot of uses. But for now, what we're going to do, you can see as soon as we put the noise shader on here, I'm going to turn on the lines here so you can see this surface has sort of started getting this undulating kind of look, and we'll turn this up so you can really see it. So that looks cool, but it's not exactly what we're going for here. So we need to, first things first, add some more geometry to this plane. Give it some more segments. Let's make it 400 by 400 segments. Now we're cooking. This isn't exactly what we're looking for, but now we can see what the noise shader is doing. So let's go back into that noise shader in the displacer. Let's also turn down the intensity a little bit. It's a little too intense here. So now we can see a little bit more what that noise shader is doing. This is sort of ripply like an ocean, but not, we can do a lot better. So let's go into the noise shader. And there's all these awesome options here, all these different types of noise. You know, I think everybody has their favorites, but for this particular ocean surface, I'm going to use electric. And you can see just in the thumbnail there, it kind of has a little bit of an ocean look to it. And we're going to adjust some of these settings. So it's just a few more octaves here, a little bit more detail. And the big one that's going to be the game changer for us is global scale. So let's make this 800%. Now this is starting to look a little bit more like a bit of an ocean surface. So that's awesome. Next step is to get some movement going, get some of that undulating movement through this texture. So built into noise is animation speed. So that's what we're going to use to give this life. If we, put it at a high setting like 5, it's actually pretty sensitive, the animation speed. So this is 5 is way too fast, and this isn't playing back at real time either. So let's dial this way down. Let's make this 0.3. It's a mellow day, a lot of waiting, not a lot of waves, a lot of waiting. So this looks pretty good. We'll stick with this. Maybe we'll go actually a little bit higher. Cool, that's good for now. Great, so the next step is we want to, I'm going to just turn up the intensity again just a little bit here so we can see what happens. The next thing we want to do is we want to make a bunch of these surfers and have them live on the surface of this oceany plane that we've made. So the way we're going to do that is with a cloner, the magical, wonderful cloner. We just go ahead and click that, and we want to make the surfer a child of that cloner. So by default, what it's going to do is it's going to give us 3 guys stacked on top of each other. What we need to do is tell the cloner we want to clone these guys onto an object. So let's go ahead and go click object here under mode. And then the object that we want to clone to is this plane. So we're just going to drag that down into this object box. And there you go. We have a bunch of surfers that are cloned along this surface and moving along with it. And they're obviously not sitting in the correct position, so let's help him out a little bit. Get a little air, rotate him backwards. Just do -90. Cool, so this is close, but one thing that you'll notice is because this is sort of such a tumultuous texture, we do get these really fast moments where the surfer might move quickly. And again, this isn't playing back at real speed yet, and it's too herky-jerky. So the way we're going to get around this is to do a couple of things. So the first thing is we want to go into our cloner, and we don't want to align the clone in this instance. So we're going to turn that off. And that's going to mess up our little adjustment that we did for him, but that's no problem. We'll just put that back to 0. So there he is, back to normal. And we want him facing away from us. Don't look at me. Cool. So now he's still aligned with the surface, but he's kind of just bobbing straight up and down. We're not getting as much of the rotation that we were getting when we had a line clone on there. So we can go ahead and bring that back in just through a different method that we can have more control over. So we're still getting the great up and down bobbing. Let's try and bring in that rotation by doing an effector on this cloner. So we're going to go to MoGraph effector and pick the shader effector. And I had the cloner highlighted when I went up and did that, so it automatically added that effector into this effectors box. So by default, we have scale selected on here, so you can see it's affecting the scale. We want to make sure and turn that off. And then we want to go, we already made an awesome shader for our displacer. So we're going to use that exact same shader with the animation on it and everything. And we're just going to copy it. So click that little caret there, copy this noise shader from the displacer, go back up into shader, click on the shading tab, and then we're going to paste the shader. So nothing is going to happen yet until we tell it what to do. So now we unchecked scale and we want to click rotation. So we want that shader information that's affecting this to tell the surfers how to rotate. So let's just dial up some of these parameters. The big one that I want is I want them kind of rocking back and forth with, you know, as things get higher and lower. So we're just going to have him sort of leaning back a little bit. And let's hit play and see if we can see. You can kind of see over here, this guy, well, definitely over here, he's now rotating forward and backwards with the movement. Instead of that sort of really herky-jerky movement, it's way more smooth. See that? So that's awesome. That's feeling more natural. Let's add some more surfers here. This doesn't feel crowded enough. We only have, back in our cloner, we have 20 surfers. So let's turn this up to 100. Now we got a whole bunch of them. And one thing we want to do while we're in here is let's change this instance mode. Once you start getting into a lot of clones, it might slow down your memory, and this might affect some of your options. And so it might depend on what it is you're doing with the cloner, but we're going to change this to render instance. So Cinema's not having to work as hard to remember all these, 100 surfers that we have out here on this water. So that's cool. We're going a little faster now on the rendering, but now we have a new problem that we have all these surfers. We have a bunch of guys that are on top of each other. So that is something that Cinema has an answer for, and that's another effector. So again, let's click on the cloner, go to MoGraph effector, and then this is push apart. So as you can see, it's automatically pushing our clones away from each other, giving each other space, floating off into space. So this is definitely the idea of what we need. It's not quite there yet. So let's make an adjustment and see if we can get it to work as is. This looks pretty good. Well, they're still kind of intersecting. So what we could do is play with the radius. So make these guys, get further apart. But what I'm going to do is there are some options in here. Change that back. We can actually, instead of pushing them apart, we can have them do all these other activities like scale apart and move along X, Y, or Z. But what we're going to do is hide. So we're giving these guys a bunch of space. If one cloner encroaches too much on the other, one of them's got to go. So we'll just turn this up to like 20 for now. So we are losing some of our surfers, but this way we don't have all those guys overlapping each other. One more thing before we get into lighting and doing some shaders for our ocean is I want to just add a little bit more randomness in their position. So I'm just going to click on the cloner, go to MoGraph effector random, and it has a default position setting here. So I just want to put some random rotation on these guys. Let's do sort of each direction, just really give them, well, can't go too far, but just a little bit more randomness. I think that's a little bit better, a little more natural. Cool. So let's add a shader to our ocean. So what we're going to do is we're just going to have the color, we have a standard material, and we're going to make that color just sort of this nice sort of sea green. And then reflectance, let's turn off specular, add Beckman, just something super shiny for now. And transparency, we'll click that and change the preset to water and the brightness down to 50% because we don't want it to be crystal clear. Maybe just 60%. Okay. So let's take that material and drag it onto our ocean plane. Cool. And if we hit render right now, it's not super exciting because we don't have any sky in there to reflect. We don't have any lights or anything, but it is cool to see the reflections in a little bit. We'll get to see a little bit more refraction of the little feet and stuff under the water there. So let's keep going with this. Let's add a sky so we can put some some texture up in the sky and have something to reflect down on this water. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to create a sky object. So that creates like this big dome all around your scene. And then what I have here is an HDRI map, a big 12K one. You can buy these packs online. There's free packs some places, but you just load that image. So you go here and you go to load image and you put your HDRI into this channel right here and make sure and turn off reflectance from your material. So now we take that sky material and drop it onto the sky. And now we have a beautiful sky. You can see how it's affecting the color of our ocean surface here. It's like reflecting these beautiful clouds. It looks awesome, but it's not lighting the scene. So it's not, behaving like global illumination or anything like that. We're really trying to keep this lean and mean. So what we're going to do is create a physical sky. So if we go to create physical sky and click right there. So what you might notice that I already did is it covered up our beautiful cloud sky. So what we want to do first is just go on the physical sky, make a compositing tag, go into render tags and make a compositing tag here. And we just want to turn off scene by camera. So we'll turn that off, hit render. Now we see that that physical sky is creating this kind of sunlight effect on our surfers, which is awesome. And there's a lot of fun things to play with within physical sky. You can change the time of day in here. You can, so like if we, make it early in the morning, the look of that sun is going to be totally different. Look at them. They're all in shadow, which is kind of cool too. So that's just a fun thing to play around with. So the first thing is that color of the sun is not correct for our sky up here. So what we want to do is we'll go into the sun and we can adjust this yellow color of the sun here. What we'll first do is we just want to make it a little bit more, a little bit less yellow and a little bit more of this kind of reddish, pinkish orange. We don't have to go too far to make this believable because we're going to desaturate it as well. So let's just take this hue correction here and just find kind of a more of a reddish kind of orange color. And now let's take the saturation all the way down to like 20%. So it's super subtle, almost like a pinkish color. So that's matching a little bit closer to the scene. Maybe we need to bump the saturation up a little more, maybe 30%. Yeah, but it's still, so now the issue, so that looks better, but now the issue is that the sun's not coming from the right direction. So we could play around with this time and location, but if we want to do it with brute force, which is how sometimes I like to do things in here, is we can just actually just rotate this sky. So you can see this sort of little shape in here that's giving you the representation of where the sun is. So let's rotate the sky over here, see what happens. Okay, maybe we went a little too far. It's a little too far behind them. So let's dial it back this way. Nice. So this is cool. This kind of feels believable, like the sun, source of the sun is kind of coming from over here, which I kind of like. Let's dial it just a hair back the other way so we can see just a little bit more of these guys. Nice. This is looking cool. One more thing that we want to do, since we have a bunch of clones in here, a lot for cinema to think about. Let's go ahead and bake our cloner. So let's go to MoGraph Cache under tags. And then that's on our cloner. And what we want to do is build, and we want to hit bake. So we don't have any surprises in our render. And here you have it. This is the render with, all the full color in it, but I obviously went in for greatness code and did a lot of special sauce and making it black and white and adding grain and textures and all sorts of stuff. But it's always nice, even when you're doing that, to have the color information to get going from and manipulate. So let's move on to the next shot. Next, what I want to show everybody is how we worked with 3D busts in greatness code. So we had this idea that in order to bring each of the athletes into their story, one might think initially, oh, there should be some sort of character animation or something like that. And I didn't want to do that for this. I wanted this to really feel like it was their memories and their mind's eye that we were seeing, but we still needed to represent them somehow. So we ended up using this series of 3D busts and that were created by an amazing artist. And the challenge then was you have these busts. We weren't animating the faces and adding, bones and weights into the face. So what are some interesting ways we can bring life to these busts? And again, this was also a matter of time and budget, but also it was a creative thing. It was fun to try and figure these things out to bring emotion and life to essentially these sort of statues. So we have them crying, we have things being added, we put them on top of animated characters. We did all sorts of things with them. One of the things that we did for Shaun White's episode, the famous snowboarder, we had his sort of emotion play out as these sort of textures that were sort of wiping over his face as he was going through certain emotions. So at the beginning, he's in this pressure cooker, basically. He describes it like he's at Mordor. So we made this texture that sort of wipes on. It looks like he's sort of like on fire, molten lava. And then we used that exact same effect and tweaked up the textures at the very end when he reached the pinnacle and he made it to the Olympics. And this time it was hypercolor and rainbow and beautiful. So I want to show you guys how I did this effect using vertex maps and fields. So let's check it out. All right, here we go. We have our super cool bust that was sculpted by an amazing artist named Orlando Salva. He created all the busts for Greatness Code. And this is our Shaun White bust. So we have the helmet and goggles. I'm just going to be creating this effect on his face, but I also in the episode did this effect on the goggles as well. So what we need to do first, the idea here is that we're going to have we have this base texture, and then we're going to have this secondary natural feeling sort of spread of a second texture over the top that's rainbow colored and shiny and bumpy and just super trippy and cool. So here's how we're going to do that is first we need to make the super cool texture. So let's create a new standard material. Open that up. Go into the color channel. So here we're going to add the super cool sort of tie-dye feeling color with using the layer shader, which is a super powerful tool within the material editor to basically you're creating like a mini little Photoshop document in here where you can have different layers, overlay, multiply screens, different images, all sorts of things going on all within this one layer shader. So what I'm going to do is just play around with some Fresnel and a little bit of noise, my favorite guy, noise. So first we're going to do Fresnel and just go in here and let's swap these around. We can play with all these values later. So this is fine for now. Go back and let's add a noise. And go inside of the noise shader. And this is just like in the other scene where we have all sorts of different options for types of noise. This is electric, we use for the water. I'm going to use FBM for this because I think it sort of emulates terrain or a little bit of like snowy, chunky, sort of melty snow texture. So I'm going to take this and just turn that up to 250. And that's it in here for now. Oh, and let's do animation speed because we want this texture to actually have a little movement once it animates on. So let's just put this at 0.8 and go back. Let's set this to screen and then put this at 25%. There's no secret sauce of what I'm doing here. This was just what I landed at, just playing around, experimenting, what I landed at. So this is not necessarily the way this has to be set up. So a second noise. So this is where it gets fun, is you can have more than one noise to make a more complex kind of feeling texture. So I'm going to go inside this noise, select FBM once again, and make this 500% instead of 250. And we'll put that at 0.8 for the speed. And we'll set this noise to overlay. Cool. So it's not looking super interesting yet, but there's one more step within the color, and that's where we're going to add this cool rainbow gradient hypercolor thing. And that is by adding one more layer on top of the layer. So if we go to texture and we hit colorizer, so this is going to be added on top of our layer shader. So this happens before the layer shader. So in here, we're going to add a bunch of different knots with different colors. So let's start here with some purple. Super bright color, so it's already changing in here. How about some cyan? Maybe a yellow, maybe a lime green, I don't know. Let's go crazy. And let's do like an orange. And then we'll pull that white out of there because that's boring. I think I do want to make this a little bit more of a yellow. There we go. Yep, that looks cool. Okay, so now you can see in here we're sort of getting at that kind of tie-dye kind of looking color scheme. So that's cool for now. If you go in and play with, and you'll be able to see the sort of response of it here, but you can go in and see how your shader responds to you know, pulling these different levers. And you can do that with this Fresnel. You can do it, you know, within the noise. You can play with the brightness and contrast of the noise. If you really like dialing all this stuff in, this is a great place to do it. So this looks cool to me for now. Let's go into reflectance. Turn off default. We want this to be super shiny, so I'm going to add a Beckman on top, and then just turn that down to about 30%. And then all the other defaults are cool for now. I want to have a bump on this. I want this to have a little bit of a texture to it and not just be perfectly smooth. So I'm just going to go in and again, copy that awesome noise shader that we created. I'm just going to copy that shader out of here. Not the colorized version, so click in here. We don't need the color information, just the black and white for this. So I copied this shader, go to bump, click the checkbox, and then paste shader, and you can see it kind of created that. If you watch right here, it creates a bump and a little bit of a texture on top of this material. There's one more step within this shader, but we have to do a different step before we tell the alpha channel what it needs to do. So the way we're going to do that, the way that we're going to draw on and have this color sort of seep on and grow across his skin is using fields within a vertex map. So really quickly, I'm just going to take, before we do that, I'm just going to drag this new texture on top of the white one. We keep the white one there, and here's the new texture. You can already see it's already looking super cool. And let's put a couple of lights in here. I'm going to actually delete this as well because we don't need that. Cool. So I'm just going to put some really basic couple of omni lights with some shadow maps on here. So go over to the light and just put shadow maps and put a second light here. Let's just get a little fill light going on, maybe a little bit lower. This is not to be looked at for lighting. I'm just throwing these in here real quick so we can see what's going on. Cool, so that's fine for now. Cool. Let's get into vertex maps. So basically a vertex map is just a way of storing vertex information, the little vertices on your geometry, specifically for the vertices. So it's similar in some ways to a texture map. It's telling whatever you want to move places, it's telling it how to do that. It's a map. And then I'll explain fields a little bit when we get there, but using fields within your vertex map, you can use this for all sorts of different things within Cinema 4D, but I'll get to that in a moment. So let's first create a vertex map for this bust. So right now it doesn't have one. We need to select the bust, and we need to go to points mode. So you can see all the points are selected, and they're not all selected, I'm sorry. We just click, let's do that again. So we're going to click on points mode so you can see all the little vertices show up. We don't need to click on them, we just need to be in this mode. And we go to select and set vertex weight, leave all the defaults and hit OK, and he's gonna turn red. Boom, okay. So that's good, this is one, so that means we've created this tag. There's a vertex map now on this geometry, and if we want to see the texture again without seeing the red, we just click off of it. So there it is, it's still there. This is just to show us the vertex map information. So right now the map is just all red, which isn't very interesting. We need to have a second color, which on a vertex map, you know, it's not black and white, it's red and yellow. So yellow is going to be that secondary color that tells whatever it is you're trying to do what to do. So for us, we want to create a more interesting vertex map by using fields. So as I was saying, fields is a really powerful thing within Cinema 4D that's not just used for vertex maps. It can be used for MoGraph effectors, deformers. There's a lot of different modes within Cinema that use this awesome thing called fields. So we're just going to click on that checkbox, and it automatically gives you this freeze mode. So until we change anything, it's just nothing's happening. We don't have any movement here. So first thing we want to do is add a field. So there's all sorts of different shapes, boxes, capsules, cones, different ways of bringing on your sort of, you know, secondary bit of information, the yellow, as you're going to see. So let's do a spherical field, and automatically there it is. We're seeing, so now this is where the interesting stuff happens, is when we go from one color to the other, and where this is our A and our B sort of information. So let's take the spherical field and scale it down and push it back. We want this effect to sort of, we want this effect to sort of start from Sean's, as I call it, like his third eye. I want it to start sort of from his temple, because in the story, you know, this is really the moment where he's realized his greatness. He's you know, achieved, you know, that sort of Zen place where you just, you know, stop thinking and just start doing. So I think, you know, those kinds of things can originate from our third eye, this chakra. So this effect is going to start from here, right, sort of between his eyes. And so we can leave this spherical field right here, because I want to show you, without us doing much more, what will happen to the vertex map if we change one thing. So still, it's not animating. If I hit play right now, nothing's happening. But if I go and click on freeze and then change the mode from none to grow, something more fun is going to happen. So let me hit play. Now this vertex map, now it's growing. So it's spreading across. It's happening pretty fast. So that was like 36 frames that it did the whole thing. So I definitely want to change the strength of this. Maybe turn it down to 50% for now. Maybe even less, let's say 30. Go back and play. Cool, so that's good. That's a good speed now as we're sort of previewing things. So we're basically going from A to B, right? We haven't told anything yet. Right now, this information, this is not really happening with a shader. So if I try to render this right now, it's not going to render yellow, it's just going to render with this texture here, because all this is right now, this vertex map is just information. It's not a shader or an object or anything yet, it's just data. So what do we want to use this data for is the question. So let's jump to that part. We want to use this data to tell this shader to wipe on, and we are going to do that by going back into that material and going to the alpha channel. Hopefully you all listening to this are familiar with what an alpha channel is. It deals with transparency. So what we're going to do is add a texture to our alpha channel, and there is an effect called vertex map, and we're going to add that right here. Click on vertex map, and guess what? We're just going to drag this vertex map over into this shader, close it, and now if I click off of the vertex map channel, you'll see that now we have our white shader under here, and you can see just a hint where we have that spherical field touching. And if I move this around, you're seeing that texture is revealed wherever the spherical field is. So that's cool. If you want to just control this yourself and keyframe this and move it around, you can totally do that. But like I said, we want this cool growing effect. So we already have that set up here within the vertex map. And remember, freeze, we have it on grow. So let's click off of it so we can watch it happen. Hit play. Boom. So now this texture that we added the alpha channel to is growing over the top of this second texture. So let's just render this so you can see it. It's over his face now, but not down here. And this is cool. We're getting there. There's some more things we can play around with in here though. And the biggest one for me is that the edge of this is too clean. It's just, it's kind of feathered, which is fine. It's nice, but I think I want my edges of this to look more natural. So the way that we can do that is within the vertex map, we can add a shader field. And guess what's going to go in the shader field, you guys? More noise. So let's add a shader field, and that's just going to drop right on top of here. And we want to set that to overlay, I believe. I might have to go back and change that. And so what this is going to do is give we first have to give it a shader. So why don't we go in and just steal our noise shaders again and see what happens. So we'll copy the shader, go back in here, go back into our shader field, and here's the shader little drop down, and we just paste that person in there. And let's see, it's not really doing that much. It's not pronounced enough. So let's see if we can't crank this up. Go into the layers, maybe we add some contrast. No, maybe we need to turn things off. Turn off the Fresnel. Just got to play around. Let's see. We'll just we'll ditch these other layers and just keep the noise, this middle noise. And let's go back in here and play with the contrast. You can kind of see a little bit is happening there on the edge. It's kind of eating away. But we want that to be more pronounced. Let me play a little further down here. The other thing that the shader field is doing, it's kind of slowing down the growth. So I'm going to take a look at that as well. So if we have it set to normal, it's just doing it wholesale. So we don't want that. We want to do not multiply, definitely overlay. So this is still feeling kind of too subtle for me. I went ahead and sped up went back into freeze and sped up the strength here, or up the strength. So because at 30%, the noise suddenly was stopping our effect too much. So we need to bring back a little bit of that speed. So let's just make this 50%. And so you can sort of see how the edges here have some noise on them rather than just that feathering, but it's still not quite pronounced enough for me. So I'm going to go back in here. Oh, you know what? I forgot. We have this set to 25%. That's why. There. That looks better. I still think it should be more contrasty though, so we'll keep tweaking this a little bit. Go back into the shader field, noise, and just keep cranking this contrast. Maybe the scale, no, make the scale smaller. About that, ooh, okay, that's cool. Let's see, we might have to play it out again to get it to, there we go. There we go. Now we're getting that more organic sort of feeling edge to this. And it's going a little too fast now. So let's go back into our freeze, change the strength to 20. Yeah, this looks kind of cool. Let's render that. Nice. Cool. So one last thing we can do here is we can just animate the spherical field. So it's not just sitting there. We want it to kind of boop him on the nose and then start growing. So I'm going to scoot this out in front of his head a little bit. Start that at 0, go in about 12 frames, and then boop him on the nose. And let's hit play. That's cool. I think it's still a little too contrasty, but let's go back into our noise. Turn that contrast down maybe. Lots of things to play with in here, so you could have a field day for sure. Ha ha ha. So yeah, this looks super cool. I think the only thing left that I want to do besides, lighting everything better is I think I would add in a sky just to like pick up some reflections. So again, this is just like the previous shot where we need to make a new material, and we'll just add into the color channel. This time, instead of a cloudy sky, let's do I just got a PC. I'm still not used to working in a PC yet. We'll pick one of these. Let's see. That's one of these abstract ones. Studio Abstract 3. Lucky day. Here we go. Cool. So this will just give us nice little trippy reflections, and we'll take that material, drag it onto the sky, and we don't want that to render in our background. So again, we're going to go to tags, render tags, compositing, and turn off scene by camera. And we should have some cool, get some nice reflections in there, just to make this feel a little bit more visually interesting. And yeah, there you go. That's how it's done. Vertex maps and layered shaders. So the last thing I want to share with everybody is a technique that I like to use a lot, which is 3D scanning. As you may have noticed, my reel, at the beginning of my reel, you might notice there's a little 3D bust of me that I actually made a few years ago using a Xbox Kinect and a piece of software called Scanect, and I just took it and moved it all around myself and took this sort of 3D selfie. And ever since then, I've just been super into 3D scanning. There's multiple levels of 3D scanning. There's highly professional 3D scanning where you get really detailed, beautiful meshes that have been retopologized, which means you have really nice clean textures and things that can be rigged and used in animation. So that's one end of the spectrum. The other end of the spectrum, and that I'm going to share with you quickly, is that you can, using your phone, create pretty decent 3D scans of everyday objects, anything around you, and even people, if you can get them to stay really still. But I did a test here with my favorite basketball shoe of all time, the Air Jordan 6, and I'm just going to show you really quick what kind of scan quality you get from an app like this. This one is called Turnio, and there's another one called Scandy. Those are both iPhone apps. There's several out there, and you can even use your Xbox Kinect if you'd like to. So lots of different ways to get scans, and it's nothing to be afraid of if you're, not a super heavy 3D person. This is a really fun thing to work with. So let's dive in and look at what we got from this scan. All right, here is, on the right, is the scan that I got from Trinio of my shoe today. And this is how it came in. And it's pretty clean, actually. There's a little bit of cleanup that needs to be done just initially, just sort of like selecting these points and and deleting them. So I did that on this one over here. There's a lot more in-depth stuff you can do to clean up a model and fill in gaps. But for this exercise, we're not going to go through those steps, but we are going to just take a look at the quality of scan that you can get and just how much fun it is to just basically take a 3D photograph of something and almost immediately have this scan in Cinema 4D to play with. I just think it's like totally mind blowing. So the issue, if we have more time, I think, that I would fix is that we have a nice hole in the bottom here of our beautiful Air Jordan 6. I think, for us and just playing around, like I said, it's totally fine, but there are some relatively simple ways to go through and just clean up this mesh and fill in those gaps, which you'll want to do if you're going to be doing anything serious with this. But what I just want to do for today is just kind of make a fun little setup here, just to show you how quickly Cinema can handle dynamics. And just, we're going to make a butt ton of these shoes and then just drop them onto a plane, because dynamics are super fun. And let's just hop in and do that real quick. So here, let's create a plane first of all and scale it up. And this is going to be what our shoes drop on. And then let's go ahead and make a cloner object. Make the shoe a child of that cloner. And let's rotate these guys 90 degrees. And this time let's do a grid array. So we want like a nice bunch of them. And another thing that we would probably do is make a left and a right shoe. That would probably be a good thing to do, but these are all left shoes. Let's just go for that. Let's see, let's make a stack of these, a nice, bunch of shoes. Okay, cool. Let's just scoot back a little bit for now, and let's pull this cloner up here. And this is how quick and fun dynamics can be. If you haven't played with dynamics yet in Cinema, it can be a rabbit hole because there's so many settings and there's so much fun stuff you can do. But let's just have it so all of these shoes just plop down onto this plane and just sort of come down in a big heap of awesome shoes. So first thing we want to do is make this plane a collider. So we're going to go to tags, simulation tags, and collider body. And then we need to make the cloner, not the shoe, but the cloner. We want to go to simulation tags again and make that a rigid body. There's also soft body dynamics, and we won't get into that today, but that's what it sounds like. It's more squishy, soft. And then there's cloth as well that you can play with, but we're just going to keep these hard shoes. And so we've put the rigid body tag on here. Let's just go back and hit play and see what happens. Nice. So they're already, doing something kind of fun and cool, just falling in a heap on top of each other. That's kind of cool. If we want to play with some settings in here, we can add, some drag. We can play with the bounce, if we want to make this more bouncy. The shoes themselves, we want to make them more bouncy. That's going to affect, both of these things are going to affect the memory a little bit, but cool. We'll just go back to how it was. And maybe a little less friction. Make them slide around a little bit more. Cool. And let's create you saw a hint, but let's create a nice shiny red floor for these things to land on. Love my Beckman. Turn this off, go to color, make it bright red, drop it on that plane, and so far so good. Look how nice the textures look on there. That is like amazing from a phone. Let's throw just an Omni light in here. Shadow maps, kind of lift this up. Yeah, cool. So I don't know, I wanted to show everybody this real quick, that you can bring real world assets into your Cinema 4D creations really easily these days using these iPhone apps. And I just think it's completely amazing and like just loads of possibilities and fun in this world. All right, everybody, that does it for my presentation. I really appreciate everybody sticking around and listening, and I hope that no matter what level you are in cinema, that you maybe learned something or got inspired to try something new. That's really my overall parting message about being, a Cinema 4D, someone who preaches this, using this software, is it's really accessible. It's very deep and robust, but it's so accessible. It's such a fun world to play in. And I really invite people who haven't yet or are just beginning to not be afraid and not feel like you have to follow certain rules or do things a certain way. You can find your way within this software. And there's also tons of resources out there if you have questions or need help. This is a really great community of people, and I'm really proud to be a part of it. So that being said, if anybody has any questions for me of any kind, please feel free to reach out. And once again, thank you so much to Maxon for having me, and Matthias and Heather for being awesome hosts, and hope to see you guys soon. Take care.
Welcome back to the show, ladies and gentlemen. I am here with the one and only Lauren Fischer. Lauren, thank you so much for the presentation and joining us today.
Thank you so much, Matthias. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Well, another question just popped in. Someone, will she consider making an online course? She's a good teacher, so good job. People are liking it. Thank you. Great job.
This was a great lesson for me in how to teach and how to do tutorials, and it's not something I've done before. So I have gained a lot of respect for my brothers and sisters out there that do a lot of tutorials that have saved my life, in my darkest hours working in 3D. So it was definitely fun, though. I definitely would love to do more of this stuff. It's great.
Yeah, it's something I love about the community. And thank you so much for sharing your knowledge. So everybody that comes up here for the last, decade or so, it really is a big share. So thank you. And thank you, everybody online, for supporting the show and encouraging more and more artists to take the stand and, show you what you got. So I got a couple questions here. I'm going to dive in. Somebody was wondering about the runway time you had for development on this project, and I think it was the last one with the paint on the face. I think that's when the question was asked. But yeah. What are your time frames on these things?
Yeah, so the TV show that I worked on is called Greatness Code, and it's on Apple TV Plus. And the show started out as an idea. The director, his name is Gautam Chopra. He's an amazing documentary director, and he came to me just with this clip of LeBron James and said we should do something with animation because LeBron James is an amazing storyteller and uses a lot of visual language, language that demands some sort of visual besides just a highlight clip or whatever. So that was sort of the initial idea. And so I worked with Gotham and Religion of Sports, and we took about, the whole development, we made a pilot, basically a 6-minute pilot with LeBron's episode, and it took about 2 months total, just from concept to completion. Small team. One thing that I didn't mention in the recording there was that we did not have a lot of render power behind us. So the pilot itself was done like mostly in my garage I didn't have a PC at the time, on my iMac Pro. So very much using lean and mean tools. So it was
garage rendering. Look at that.
Yeah, exactly. But it was myself and 2 or 3 other animators picking up a few shots here and there. And but it was about, just at the beginning, to develop the visuals of this was about 6 to 8 weeks, concept to completion.
Wow, that's not that long for 6 minutes.
Yeah. And then when we came back, Apple bought the pilot, and we came back last year to start to create the show, and we did 6 or 7 episodes, and we had, that roughly, we had less than that amount of time to do each episode. So we had to go really fast, and with a lean team. And it was really, really fun and really like exhausting, but just like the creativity and the bouncing off of what all these legendary athletes were saying about their experience and their brushes with greatness. I don't know. It was a dream job for sure.
So how long were the episodes then?
They're all between 5 and 7 minutes.
Wow.
So it's like
And you had
at
even
the end
less
of the day,
time.
it's like a feature, like a very short feature worth of animation in less than a year.
Wow, that's phenomenal. Great job. And you used cinema throughout that process?
Yes. Oh, big time. I mean, there's a lot. The mixture was there's cinema, and again, as I mentioned, the bus that we use and trying to sort of find a way to center the athletes in their visuals without it becoming too character animation-y. Keep it very abstract. So that was the 3D portion, but we also did use some archival imagery. So we were doing rotoscoping and hand-drawn animation and textures and stuff over some of the archival imagery as well, but a lot of cinema.
Cool. Very cool. Well, I'm going to ask the standard question of specs. What do you got now? What do you got on your machine? What you doing?
So I went
What's
on
in there?
a journey. I went on a journey last year. So since I was 10 years old, I've been using a Mac. Right. My dad had like an Apple IIe, and I used to make drawings on it. That was like my beginning of loving making art with computers. Started with a Mac. And then, so last year during Greatness Code, one of the artists, Vinnie Thomas, was one of the artists on the show, and he is an Octane user, and he was using Octane on some of the shots in the show. And so I was like, okay, I had waited so long to start using a GPU renderer because I was such a Mac person. I'm sure this is familiar to a lot of you. So finally working on that show, having Vinny next to me for a long time and talking to him about machines and specs, I just like bit the bullet and bought a PC and switched to PC last year. And I still have a Mac laptop, and I still have my iMac Pro, so I still have them. But so I bought a computer from Puget Systems up there in Washington, and they made it really nice for a Mac person like me because they just build things out for you. The form function of the PC is very small, and it doesn't have all the lights and stuff, which maybe next time I get a PC, I'll be ready for all the lights and cool gamer stuff. But so anyway, to answer your question, I have 2 RTX 2080 Ti's. They're 11 gigabytes.
Nice.
And yeah, that's why I bought this thing, is for those 2 graphics cards. And so I started using Octane last year and Redshift.
Some more GPU.
Yeah,
and
I still consider myself a noob in a lot of ways in those GPU renders, but God, they are really fun, and the results that you get, and like just some of the lighting things that weren't as accessible to me, having that be accessible it's really fun. So
GPU is such a game changer. Yeah, I mean, I'm lucky enough, like in this Dell that I've taken everywhere, it's like there's like a Quadro 5000 in there. So it's like having that type of performance laptop and traveling around it's amazing. It's amazing.
It's an exciting
GPU 's the way to
time.
go.
It's
Right?
an exciting time. Yeah. It's the thing is though, and this is why, with this presentation, though, it's like trying to bridge that gap, because it is exciting, but like you do have to have a certain amount of budget or money for your machine. If you're not a super PC person, you don't know how to build your own, computer and that kind of stuff, like that. I like to just be conscious of like, there's some people that aren't necessarily going to invest all that money in something with all those graphics cards, and what can you do with the essential tools. So that was why I really wanted to focus on that in this presentation, is that there's a mountain of things you can do, a world of things you can do without those GPU renders, even though they open up a world upon a world. So
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the crazy thing is, if you look back just 4 or 5 years, everything that was done before then was on traditional rendering, an advanced render. So it's not like, you look back 4 or 5 years and you weren't inspired by the work. It's just now you just have access to more. I mean, it's definitely, the way of the future. But traditionally, yeah, you can still do amazing stuff with standard render, which actually brings me to another question from the internet, and that's, do you use render farms? Do you farm things out, or just Garage?
Yes, have in the past. I've used cloud renderers, and then at studios I've worked for, and at the Famous Group, we use a render farm. But I, in general, most of my projects, and these are like my sort of personal projects or things I have much more of my hands in. I'm concentrating so much on keeping render times down, and like if I can't use a render farm, it's okay, like keeping things really close to me in that way. But it of course, everybody knows it just depends on the project. There are times when you need more robust scenes, more longer scenes, more photoreal scenes, more crazy compositing, where not having a farm is just gonna, like, you better have a really long time, and a lot of patience to do things on an individual machine or just a couple at home. So it really, the project dictates it usually for me.
Definitely. Speaking of projects, question came in on the basketball project. Let's see, what was one of the biggest learning curves or deep and chaotic experience that you've been dealing with in that whole project?
Honestly, it was the technical side of, like, so you're talking about for Greatness Code for the TV show?
Yeah, seems like that's the one.
The trickiest part, I think, for that project was not necessarily technical hurdles. It really was about creativity, like pure creativity and pure, like, the storytelling and how to be nimble and how to work within our limitations. Because, it's not a big feature film. It's not a Marvel movie. It's not even a commercial or an Apple commercial. It's like, this is a short form docuseries. And so we had to be not try and, fight our limitations, but enjoy them, have fun with them, and be really, creative within them and tell really great stories. So it was that project. The hardest thing was, like, staying true to that and being kind of brave in a way you have to be with creativity, and leaning into those kind of limitations in places, and being brave and saying, oh my God, I'm telling the story of this very important person who's achieved so much in their life, and I have to pay respect to them, but also make this entertaining and fun. And so for me personally, and I think the crew as well, we all, like, felt nervous the most about getting everything done in time, but also, like, making everything really good and making it all work and making it, a worthwhile experience for everybody. So on that one, it really was less technical, and because we had an amazing team. It was a small team, so everybody had to be, mature and have, been around a little while, be able to work hard, be able to figure things out on their own. So the crew that we had on that project, it was like a really unique crew that could kind of do everything. So it was cool.
It wasn't so much technical limitation, but because you knew you had the team to execute technically, but it was more like, how can we creatively do it justice?
Yeah, I mean, I think, and we were nervous I was nervous at the beginning. I was like, oh my God, are we going to be able to pull this off? And we looked at, like, cloud rendering, and, like, if we need to do that, we can do it. Okay. But it was a little bit, like, especially for me, like, okay, we did this pilot and that was great, but, like, can we repeat that 6 times, and keep the visuals interesting, keep the quality up, like, do all the things that we set out to do. So it was a bigger mental push than some other projects, I think, which animation projects can really get technical. You have to really factor those things in. A lot of the projects that I do, involve, like, projection mapping or, like, rendering huge, canvases. And then, yes, you really have to worry about, how you're going to approach things technically and make it manageable. So.
Yeah, definitely. Someone was wondering, is it a good idea to use non-standard software features? Well, let's see. How do you feel about brand new software, new tools? Is it hard to you to make it a bit more clearer to use professionally. So I guess how is it adapting to new tools in your professional workflow? I guess that's probably the easiest way. If I'm saying that wrong, send me the question again. But if not, let's roll with that.
I think that it's easy for us to like get used to. I mean, Cinema 4D, like you guys do these robust, amazing, like game-changing updates constantly. And it's like
it's hard for me to keep up.
I'm sure you hear this a lot where it's like, I think you kind of like get used to your way of working, and even the thought of like, you know, adding something new feels like, I don't know, I feel like it's intimidating somehow. So I think there is a bit of that where you get nervous about widening your toolbox too much. And then it's like, you know, you become a jack of all trades and a master of none. My trademark thing is I'm a jack of all trades and a master of some, as long as you like have your core things, you know, but I am not shy. I love trying new things. I have like all sorts of stuff that I play. Like I used like Marvelous Designer in the middle of Greatness Code. I just was like, I want to mess around with like fabric, and this looks like fun. I was in the middle of a production. I was learning Octane in the middle of a production. I was like, so I'm not afraid to throw myself into those things because I just think it's fun. It keeps your brain young. Maybe not the body, but it definitely keeps. I love.
It keeps the body sore in this
really
position
sore
for you know.
Hunched over. Yes.
That's a bit body, but the mind.
Yes, keeps you sharp, and the beginner mindset. You know, this I always try and keep a beginner mindset with what I do, and it makes things less scary. If I'm a beginner at something, well, then there's no expectations. That the only expectation is, you know, that I just am trying and I'm experimenting and learning something new. It's so freeing. So I actually really love that about the constant evolution of what we do. It's like you just said, you're like, well, you know, people talk about GPU renders like they're the only thing that's ever existed, but they're not, you know, they're very new in a lot of ways. So someone's expertise is relatively a new expertise, and it's changing all the time. So I find that it makes this world less intimidating and more exciting and should be more welcoming, I think.
Yeah, no, definitely. Well, this is one of the things that I really miss about our live events when we used to huddle around computers and, you know, people would see presentations that were done, and then we would have other artists, you know, looking at different techniques to do it. And then you'd have an engineer come in and say, oh, well, there's a new feature that does it even faster or more efficient. And, you know, it's one of those things where I find that we kind of get stuck in our old ways of inefficiency. You know, it's like definitely a challenge as an artist. It's like, oh, is it safe to hit that button yet? Can I like, it's that new thing, but will it even actually work? And then it's like, oh, wow, okay, this changes my whole workflow. It saves me ton of time. So
yes,
you can't really miss out on those new features and feel that you're really getting ahead. It's like, no, you kind of have to always just dip the toe in and start playing with it. So hopefully, you know, when you see something here on the stream, you jump to Cineversity, learn more about it, and just start playing with it. Like it's not you know, you're not going to break your computer. It's fine.
Yes, exactly. Don't be afraid. Just jump in.
Fear the button. Hit the button. Yes. All right. So somebody was wondering if you know of any 3D scanning apps for Android.
Oh, for Android, I don't off the top of my head, but I think Scandy does work on Android, but I could be wrong. I might have to get back to you on that. But I know
somebody else knows. You can just type it in the chat. Just help them out.
There was one, and I went to go use it for this called Displayland that is now defunct, but that was a really cool one that I used that was like social. Like they would like put, if you wanted to make it public, they could put it on a map. And you could go and look, and you can see where people had done scans. I thought that was really cool. So, rest in peace, Displayland, and yeah. But there's a few out there now, and I think now that the new iPhones have LiDAR scanners in them, and that I think you're gonna have even more of these apps coming out now that they're such a standard feature. I think iPad Pros have LiDAR, but now the new iPhone 12 has LiDAR. So. I think scanning stuff on your phone is going to be something like your mom does, like to show you something that, like.
It's going to be parent technology in no time.
Yeah, look what I got. Here, I'm sending you a 3D model of it.
Great. Thanks, Mom. That's awesome. Well, Lauren, thank you so much for joining us. I'm sure we would love to have you back in the future. I'm sure the internet has more questions, but we're running out of time. So definitely follow Lauren on all the socials, check her out, and we will see you guys after the break back here with Sierra Ward. Tiny.
I say you heard me on the stereo, and it's so smooth. Got that rhythm, got that groove. Just let the heart attack. Call me a maniac. I want my baby back. Yeah.
Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you.
I get down. I get show me just what you got. Turn around. Don't ever let 'em hold you back. Just let the heart attack. Call me a maniac. I want my baby back. Yeah.
Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you.
Just let the heart attack. Call me a maniac. I want my baby back. Just let the heart attack. Call me a maniac. I want my baby back. Just let the heart attack. Call me a maniac. Yeah.
Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you.
Creativity lies in all of us. It's what makes us human. It starts with an idea, the desire to create, to solve, to play, to share, to interact. Together we can build new worlds. The freedom to create for all.
fast and knowledgeable customer service.
Swim on in for incredible deals on software and plugins at Toolfarm.
Social distance Halloween, scary samples, ghostly greebles, and client horror stories. Join us October 30th and call in with your favorite spooky renders and client stories from hell. Subscribe and sign up for alerts to join the fun.
Welcome back to the show, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Matthias Omatola, aka Major VFX, here at the Maxon Studio in Los Angeles, California. For those of you who are tuning in anywhere else in the world and you're on YouTube or any of the other streaming services, make sure to check out 3dmotionshow.com. Underneath the player, sign up to get notified of all of our upcoming shows. That's where we will send you an email, let you know what we got coming up and what our lineup is. So you guys don't want to miss those. Otherwise, you miss the live opportunity to chat with some of your favorite artists. Speaking of which, one of my favorites is up next, Sierra Ward. She's an amazing illustrator. I actually had a chance to meet her at an event here in Los Angeles at CTNX, saw her work, and from there, she's just taken off. So stay tuned for Sierra Ward.
Hi guys, my name is Sierra, and I'm going to walk you through some of the great world building features that Cinema 4D has to offer. I'm going to walk you step by step in the process of how I was able to create the scene you are seeing now with Cinema and Procreate combined. Let's get started. All right, so world building is a super fun process in which you get to control the storytelling like composition, lighting, and color. What we're going to be tackling today is how to smoothly integrate cinema into a 2D workflow for better environment designs. We're going to be using simple steps to start building a great 3D composition. I'm going to be going over Redshift cameras and light to enhance the scene. Then finally, I'll be going over Procreate to show how I finished the scene. Some websites to keep in mind are TurboSquid, Kitbash, and Polygon. I'll be using free models from TurboSquid. Kitbash and Polygon are great for more advanced world building, but for this presentation, I'm only going to be using free assets with no textures applied. So a little bit about myself. I've been freelance illustrating for a couple years now on top of doing motion graphics. Ever since I was a kid, I've always been obsessed with cartoons and wanted to make a career out of it. I moved to LA from Ohio about 2 years ago and have been loving the creativity and opportunities that it has offered me. I love visual storytelling and bringing characters to life using lighting, colors, composition, and perspective. So about 2 years ago, I stumbled upon a term called visual development and I was instantly hooked. It basically combines world building and storytelling together to start creating a new and exciting world, ranging from prop designs to whole concept art. And Disney definitely has a lot of cool examples with this with their feature films. So moving into my 3D work, I've always loved enhancing my creativity. I rarely like to stay focused on one specific medium, and I definitely felt that 3D could build up my illustration portfolio. All right, so here's my demo reel of some past motion graphic projects that I've worked on. So when I say that Cinema is a powerful software and easy to use, I definitely mean it. Just within 3 months of learning the program, I was able to take my art abilities to new levels. Cinema has helped me visualize things in motion and in 3D space. With world building still being a fairly new topic that I've been tackling, Cinema has made it super easy to compose and light scenes without the hassle of worrying about perspective. I'm able to create scenes instantly that would originally have taken me twice as long to do without having this tool. It saved me countless time and I've been able to be a much quicker artist. What's also nice to mention is the fact that you can create one scene and have infinite possibilities with the location design and storytelling process. With the scene I'm going to be making today, I started off with composing buildings and free assets to create a simple version of a city and choose the best camera angle to portray the scene. I then went on to outline rough line work to add in missing details. From there, I put in some rough color to figure out the color scheme. And then I proceeded to block in colors on different layers to kind of fill in the rest of the scene. So then with all of that, I was able to add in the final texture, lighting, and details. All right, so now that we've covered the basics of composing the scene, let's jump into Cinema and start world building. All right, so now that we're in Cinema, this is what a new project will look like. I'm using R23 just for a side note. So kind of what the interface looks like. This will be the middle where all the assets will appear. Over here is where all of the objects will show up in hierarchy order. Then up here you have tabs ranging from deformers to objects that you can click and hold down and look through. And then you have your move tools, scale, rotate, which I can show you the hotkeys for in a second. I do recommend, if you're brand new to cinema, to look online for some beginning tutorials to help jumpstart you with the interface. I started off using Cineversity to help me. It's an online cinema website with tons of creative artists. There's a great beginning tutorial from an artist named EJ that goes over a lot of basic cinema, which helped me tremendously. Okay, so from here, I think I'm going to go into the content browser. So it's located over here, or you can locate it under Window Content Browser. Cinema has a really good feature. If you click on this and go down to Presets, and then you have the option of these different things, you can choose between these two. So 3D objects, and as you scroll down, you notice there's a ton of different models that you can choose from. Since I'm doing an environment outdoor scene, I'm going to choose the buildings, and I'm going to go into Lanius. So you can scale up the models just to see, but right away you can tell that there's a lot of cool different types of models you can choose from. One model that caught my eye that started the scene was this. I wanted to make a fall scene, so having something like this kind of jump-started my brain into a really cool scene. So now that I have this placed into the interface, you can see it's present. I just double-clicked on that and it appeared here. A good rule of thumb to have when you're placing new objects into a scene is you want to make sure that the size is compared to what cinema is thinking of. So what I mean by that is if I click on this, I go to plane, and right away you can tell that this building is a bit too big for cinema to handle if I wanted to create a bigger scene, mostly just for rendering purposes, but it's a good habit to have. So what I can do is I can click back on this building and scale it down. But before I do that, since this is an object that I'm not too familiar with, I'm going to go back into the Objects tab and just make sure once you click on that, that there's no extra things that will get lost if I start scaling and rotating stuff. So, okay, so some of the hotkeys that you can use to move this object, rotate it, scale it. So right now these arrows indicate that it is in the Move tool. So you can move it up, down, everywhere. And if you want to move it somewhere but then decide you want to move it back, you can Control Z and it'll bring you straight back to your last movement. So, okay. So from here, I want to switch between rotate. So that is the R, and going back to the move, that is E. So E is for the move, R is for rotates, and then T is for scaling, which is what I want to do. So clicking outside of this range, you can scale the entire thing down and just sort of match it to what this plane looks like. And I'm going to go back to E to move it back into place. So now that I have that somewhat formed, okay. And I do want to go back and scale it. So just because I'm making more of a cartoony scene, I want to kind of push the boundaries of what these objects look like in these buildings. Maybe I'll make this a little bit longer. Nothing too crazy, but just enough to give it a cool, different style. All right, so now I have the first thing in place. I'm going to start adding in some more buildings to start creating this little Halloween town. I'm going to use this building next. Going to scale it down. And I'm going to move it over here. I'm going to try to replicate as much as possible the scene that I had originally. but it might not look exactly the same. A good thing too to know is that if you want to rotate in increments of 5 or 10 or 15, whatever, you just hold down shift and rotate and it'll snap it in place to what this grid is. So that's good to have, especially with buildings. They're pretty much uniform. Okay, so I think what I was mentioning before with this, so some of these objects will have multiple types of props with it. So if you click down on this, you'll notice that there's a ton of different things. So if I were to move and I click on something, but I don't have the entire thing clicked on, just this, it'll move this, but nothing else. So what we want to do is hold down the top one, and then we're going to scale this up just not super obnoxiously, but just enough to make it look like it's not just a normal building. A little bit more cartoony. All right, so now that I got that in, I'm just gonna kind of quickly go through and just start adding in more buildings. I don't think I have any more from this. I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna go to the, where is it? Buildings. I'm gonna go to cities. So I like this building. I'll put this on and scale this down. Rotate. Scale. Okay. Alright, take this. Okay. So that's next to that. And then I think I want some buildings further away. There's a really good, if I can find it. This one. This one's pretty nice. Take this down. I think the thing with world building that I really enjoy is that growing up, I loved playing The Sims, and this is like right up my alley because I never liked actually playing The Sims. I always loved making the buildings pretty and, you know, like decorating the interior. So I feel like world building like this is kind of similar in that aspect where it's a little tedious, but it saves you countless time and struggle. So I feel like without this, I would just be scribbling in perspective buildings until I got something that kind of looked right, where this right off the bat, perspective-wise, you get the building structure down properly. Okay, now I'm going to add, I think this will be the last building I add in, and then I'm going to move on to some more of the assets. Okay. And yeah, once you get down the hotkeys, it makes the world building a lot quicker in that process. All right, so I think I got a decent composition down. That's what we're trying to look for. So this is going to be the main focus of the piece, since this will be a little Halloween town shop where people get their Halloween costumes. And I want this to be the focal point. So keeping in mind that when we're making all of these buildings, we're trying to set a cool storytelling scene, but not have this building completely get hidden by everything else that's going around it. And keeping in mind composition too, I kind of wanted it off to the side where it's kind of in a rule of thirds position where there's a grid and it's kind of meeting that one part of the grid, and there's something up here that might be catching the eye as well. Okay, so from here, I'm going to start to scale this up just because I want a bigger ground plane. So I can use these little circles here, even if I'm not in the scale tool, I can still scale those up if I have my mouse clicked on this little circle here. So just enough to get the idea that there is a ground plane. Okay, and from there I'm going to make a sidewalk. So just a simple model of a cube. I'm going to put this on the scene. And doing that same technique, I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to squish this down and then stretch this out pretty far. And let's see where this is in the scene. Okay, so I'm going to move this down a little bit. A little thick still. I'm going to scale it down just a tiny bit more. Okay, so now that I have that in place, I'm going to duplicate it by holding down Control and the arrow, and once you see this little 2 squares icon, you click down and you push out the object and then you unclick, and now you have 2 of the same thing. So I'm going to rotate that. Okay. I'm just gonna, whoops. I'm going to place this one over here. A little bit further back. And I'm gonna start duplicating some more just because there's a lot of sidewalk. And then I think I'm gonna duplicate 2 more. Okay. 1 more. I'm going to skinny these up a bit. Pretty much the main point of this is just to figure out perspective of how the sidewalk is going to look at different angles. Okay, so I got the pretty much basics down of this. Okay, now I want to move on to implementing assets that I downloaded from TurboSquid online into the scene. So Cinema likes FBX and OBJ files, so just keep that in mind when you're looking at stuff online to download. So to start giving the city a little bit more of a livable feel to it, I'm going to put in a light. The nice thing about R23, or before this, you would place in an object and you'd have to merge it later. But in the newer version, you just hold down Shift and take whatever object you have. Here, I'll show it in the scene. Whatever object you have, I'm going to put in the light. You click on it, drag it over. If you hold Shift and let it go, this thing will pop up, which everything is pretty much good. And it'll appear right into your scene, which is pretty great because before it would be a little bit of a hassle, not too much, but just enough to shut off a couple seconds. So it's nice. So let's scale this down. I'm just going to place this throughout the scene. Take this. Let's place it right here. And then I'll duplicate that. Create another one. Just enough to get kind of feel that there's some lighting going on in the city. I think that's good. Yeah, okay. So now I'm going to add in some other objects, which is up here. I'm gonna just move this over since I showed the first time. Let's add in a bench. So I'm going to do the same thing as before. I'm going to take the object, put it in, hold shift. Now it's in the scene. I'm going to go back to objects just to see what's going on outside of that. Okay, and I think this might be a case, oh, never mind. I thought it was going to be a lot smaller than the scene. Okay. I don't know if you saw too before. If you have something clicked and you don't know where it is in the scene, there's a nice little arrow here that kind of points you in the right direction of where the object is placed in the scene. Okay, I'm gonna skip this down. I didn't put a bench in the other one, but this would have been nice to have. I feel like people need to sit down in a town sometimes. Okay. It's over here. Maybe there's like a little bus stop over here. I think I do have a sign for a bus stop, which I don't know where it is, but I'm gonna put some trash in here now. I feel like this is more of the fun part where you can just, you find a bunch of assets online, and I mean, all of these assets that I'm putting into the scene, they're all free. So it's definitely easy to find stuff like this. You just have to kind of look around, and sometimes when you get free stuff, it's not the greatest model, but for this case, I just need the structure of what the object's going to look like. Okay, so I got that. I'm going to, I'll duplicate this once. Put this over here. Okay, I got some of those in there. Now, my favorite asset that I found online, of course, since it's fall, I'm going to add in a pumpkin that I found. And sometimes too, these models that you find online, they'll come with a ton of stuff that you don't need. So you can just delete those. And if it looks like this, usually it's just a weird texture that didn't get placed over properly, which when I saw the texture online, it actually didn't look that great. So I was surprised that this looked so much better without the texture on it. Oop. Sorry about that. Okay. So now I've got this gigantic pumpkin, which, I mean, it would be pretty great to keep it like that because it's pretty cool. Maybe actually what I could do, I didn't do this for the last one, but I don't know if that could be cute to have this huge pumpkin on top of it, and maybe it says Happy Halloween in it. I kind of dig it. I'll keep it like that. It doesn't look like that in the final version, but whatever. Alright, so I'm just going to duplicate this a couple times. Definitely not the same size though. Let's lower this down. So these are going to be some of the pumpkins up front. And I mean, this is, I mean, I kind of know how to draw pumpkins without placing them in the scene, but it kind of helps my brain not have to think so much about tons and tons of assets. And plus it does kind of help with composition too, because I have a ton of other stuff like crates and tombstones and stuff that I'm going to place out front here. Let's see. I'm going to duplicate this one more time. And then the same thing like before with the scaling, you can kind of squish them, stretch them out, make them look kind of funky. Okay, I kind of like that. So now I'm going to, let's see, I'm going to put in this gate. I think I remember this gate being kind of cool. Yeah. I'm going to put this out here. I'm going to scale it down a little bit. I think I going to have it over here this time. Last time I had it on the opposite side, but I think it'd be fun to have it placed somewhere else. I'll scale it up so you can see how that looks. Nah, I'll scale it back down. Maybe I'll make it like really tiny. Okay, and I'll just duplicate this a little bit just to go back to this one. That's good. I think I want to add in one more thing. I'm going to go back to the content browser because there's a couple cars that I want to put into the scene as well. And I kind of want to show you what cars they have. I used this bike a couple times because I feel like bikes are pretty hard to draw, especially from different angles. So it's kind of nice to have. You can always go online too. There's a lot of free stuff as well. These are a little bit more realistic kinds of cars, but it works for this because I can scale it to a different proportion. I'm going to save this real quick just in case, because there are a lot of pieces to this. Okay. So now here's this car. Let's rotate it this way. I'm going to scale it down. And for this, since there's a lot going on, it kind of is a bit forcey to scale it down. I think it's just there's a lot of stuff to it. Okay, so, but see, like I said, before it was a actual functioning car, and now it's like a clown car. I'm gonna put it over here. Let's see, and I don't need any of the textures that appear down here, so I can just delete those, and now it's just this. Although I think for the windows, which was kind of nice since there are different, let me see. So this van, so it has like all of these different things within it, and if you click on certain things like this window and delete it, it shows you the inside of it. So if you know the basics of like drawing in a window, it's kind of nice to see the interior of the car, so that way you can draw what's inside of it. I don't know if I can erase the front window. It doesn't look like it. It kind of seems like it's all going to... Well, no, nope, I found it. Okay, let's delete that. Okay, cool. So now I can see kind of like the steering wheel and everything, so it's easier for me to draw that in. So I kind of like that as is. I might move it around here and there. That's what's nice about cinema, is that when you're placing stuff in the scene, you can move pretty much anything you want to make the best kind of composition. Where if I were to be drawing this like from scratch, I would have to constantly be moving everything and erasing. Okay, maybe I'll put in one more thing and then I'll move on to Redshift. What sign is this? Oh, what is this? Okay, I mean, that could be cool. I was thinking of more of like a big sign up here, but that's fine. Maybe this will be a sign sticking out to indicate that this is the Halloween store. Oh, that's cute. Okay. I think I like how the scene's going. Obviously, I would take a little bit more time to work through the scene and put in different types of objects so that it makes it easier for me to draw it in later, but just for like the gist of the world building process, this is kind of the idea what you're going for. I also do put in some trees, and I do that from Forester, which is a side plugin that I have on a different version of Cinema that I don't have up here, unfortunately, but you definitely don't need it to put trees in here. You can find pretty much different types of trees online for free. Okay, so now that I have everything in the scene that I want to, what I'm going to do is now go into Redshift. It's a really great plugin for cinema rendering. It's up here in the corner. Usually all plugins will be up here. What I'm going to do is just click down on it, and I'm going to start off by putting in a camera. So for this, I'm just going to use a standard camera. And right now, we're not in this camera. So what I want to do, you just go over to here, and once this is highlighted, then it shows that you are in this viewport. And right now, you don't see anything what this camera is showing you, and that's because we haven't enabled the render view just yet. So what I'm going to do is click on that, and this little window pops up. So what I can do is press play on that, and then it's going to take a little bit, and now it has the scene up for us, which is great. And instead of putting this off to the side, what I think I'm going to do for this is I'm just going to dock it down below. So in order to do that, what I need to do is just click on this, and then move it over here, and kind of like with Adobe, it moves it wherever you want. I'm just going to place it in here, and so now we can see it. This area, so I'm just going to move this down just a tiny bit. Okay, so now that we have this, I'm going to save this real quick too, since there's a lot of stuff in my scene, and having this open, it's nice to save often just because there's a lot of stuff rendering. Because what this does is when I move this around, it actually moves kind of like in a real-time sense, where everything is being rendered out constantly. Okay, so now that I have the camera in place, what I'm going to do is go over some of the cool camera features within this. So pretty basic. So what I'm going to do, you have a lot of options for these different types of cameras, and I'm going to select out of it real quick. So what you can do is just click on that, and now you're outside of the camera. So when I zoom out of it, this is kind of what the viewport is seeing. This is what the camera kind of looks like. Okay, so now when I switch over between these different types of cameras, when I go to a super wide, this is what it kind of captures. And then when I go back into the camera, this is what it's going to look like. So between this and between the camera that we originally started off with, you can kind of see how the camera is capturing through the lens what the final render would look like. And then with the super tele, it zooms in super far, and I'm going to showcase that. Yeah. So depending on what kind of camera angle you want, you have a lot of different options to choose from, which is really great. So I'm going to go back into the camera, and I think for this, I'm kind of fine with the 36. I think that looks perfect for what I'm going for. Okay. This is another thing that's really great to have in mind, especially with composition. I usually like to turn on the grid mode. It's nice to show kind of like a rule of thirds, where something up here in the corner will have some sort of interest, and something down here will have interest as well, or something like dead set in the center, which is great. So something like this, if I were to have a cool angle up here of the little Halloween store, maybe there's something going on up here, just playing with the angle and stuff is pretty great. And this is why I really enjoy cinema and doing these rendering engines, is that you can see all the different possibilities, all the different ways you can try and draw out the scene and not be limited to one certain angle. All right. One tip to keep in mind about the camera settings. So say if I found an angle that I really enjoyed, and then I accidentally started to move the camera around and tried to just look at some of the objects, and then I realized that I was moving my camera. A really helpful tip to keep in mind, it's kind of like the undo button, but for the camera. So for PC, it's Control-Shift-Z. And however many times you press C, you'll go back to your original spot where you left off. So that's a really nice feature to have, especially for me when I sometimes forget that I'm in my camera and I think, oh my gosh, I'm never going to get that same angle ever again. Well, that hotkey definitely saves me quite a bit of struggle. And going a step further, I think another great thing to have with this camera, under here, there's a lot of tags that, the one tag that I'm going to go for is it's under the rigging tags. So there's this tag called protection. And once it's applied to either an object or camera, when I start to move around in this, I'm frozen. There's no way that I can move around in this scene anymore with this camera. But once I unselect it, then I can move around. So that's kind of nice to have too. So that way you don't have to undo your camera angles. You are already set in place pretty much like a lock. So now that I've gone over the basic camera settings, what I'm going to do next is light the scene. So in Redshift, under Objects, there is this thing called Sun and Sky Rig. And when I place it into the scene, right away you can see that it's almost registered as an outside sun scene. It's not perfect just yet, and that is because there are no textures on top of these objects. So right now, it's not registering it as what it could be. So what I'm going to do is create a new material under the Redshift tab, click on Materials, Material. So it's going to pop up like a general material. I'm going to go down the list and I'm just going to select everything. And a nice thing about this is that if you right click on the actual texture, hit apply, it will apply all the textures on there for you. And right now it kind of looks like some sort of weird SpongeBob Future Chrome, but we're going to fix that in a second. So since I have the material selected, here are some of the properties for it. I'm going to put this menu down. Since this is kind of in the way, I'm going to squish it up just a tiny bit. Okay, so down below there's a couple options for this. The one option that I'm looking for is the reflection, which is pretty high right now. I think it's on the highest setting. So if you go into the roughness down here, you can just take this up quite a bit, and then it transforms the scene into a much better outcome of what I want. And then I think for the final thing, I'm going to go back into the Redshift sky, and you don't have to move this around at all. It's pretty much set in place, kind of like a dome. What you can do is go to the rotating setting, and what you can see in the Redshift render view when I start to rotate it is that it starts to mimic what the sun will do. And let's see if I can find the sun since it's behind here. If I rotate this down just a little bit, maybe rotate this over to... Oh, it's so close. That's actually really cool. So yeah, I'm basically just rotating this around and just figuring out what kind of cool composition, cool shadows. What's really nice too is that as an illustrator, I feel like shadows are a big struggle, especially with huge buildings like this. And you know, there's shadows being cast on different objects. And just figuring out how that works in relation to everything, it just helps so much. I mean, this is kind of interesting too. I had something similar to this where I had the light coming from this angle and through the street. I think I want to change the camera angle a little bit, and I could, I think I'm just going to delete this right now since this is almost over. Something like this, I think. Maybe I could also do a higher up perspective. Maybe like what I did before. Or maybe there's some interests happening like this. And that's kind of cool. There could even be maybe someone standing up here. Maybe like there's a little party going on up here. And then maybe there's a couple windows open. Maybe there's a door open showing that there's something here. So there's just a ton of endless possibilities. So now that you have a scene that you're kind of happy with and you're happy with how it looks and you want to render this out, what you're going to do is go back into the cinema settings up here. There's a little tab with a gear on it. These are the render settings. The only three things that you really need to look for. So in output, you can figure out what kind of width and height that you want in it. I tend to go for 1920 by 1080. It just makes it a lot easier and a little bit more crisp, but it's not super large to render out. So going into the saving options, you click on your file, wherever you want to save it out to. Your format, you have a lot of different options to choose from. That's pretty much for that. And then the final thing is making sure that whichever render setting you're on, that you put it to redshift so that it will look exactly like that. Standard and physical are more for cinema, which I've used physical quite a bit, and I think it's really great. Just to keep in mind that you don't need to have an outside plugin to pretty much capture the same effect, but I'm so used to plugins now. So now that we have all those options, all you have to do is click on this guy, and then it'll start to render your page. All right, so now that we have this up and ready, I already have something already saved out from a previous render of this. So let's jump over into Procreate and see how the finishing touches add up. All right, so now I'm going to showcase the time-lapse video of the scene I drew and go step by step with how I completed it with tips and tricks along the way. Once getting into Procreate, my first order of business is to map out the rough line work to capture as much detail as possible. This step is crucial in order to move on to the next step, so I always take my time with the line work. Having cinema overlaid in this process does help make things go so much quicker since I don't have to think as much about the perspective and can focus on more details. A couple brushes I like using in this stage is the Studio brush and the Tinderbox brush. For the smoothness of the brushes to give better line work, I go into the brush settings to fix the streamline to make better fluid strokes. I tend to switch between those settings a lot, depending on what I need. For a sketchier quality, I turn that off, and if I want final line work, I turn that on. For this painting, I knew I wasn't going to keep the line work for later, so I just kept it as a rough version. And like I mentioned before, this step should be taken slow in order to get everything mapped out correctly. I've been getting into such a fun holiday spirit for Halloween this year, so making the scene has been an absolute blast. It definitely makes your art process a lot better when you're drawing things that you're passionate about. It's taken me a long time to get where I am in my art journey, but I've always loved drawing and being creative, so I'm glad that I added cinema to this mix to enhance my drawing skills. And then once I start wrapping up the line work, then I move on to the coloring. So jumping into the rough painting phase, where I tend to use one layer just to quickly map out some of the possible colors for the piece, I tend to not keep most of the colors that I place into this rough painting scene, but I just want to figure out real quickly how the scene could look, and then I start going into the blocking process of it. To me, the blocking process is the most tedious thing to do, but it helps to put things on different layers to make your final coloring process that much quicker and less destructive. Procreate has a nice bucket tool that makes it quick to drop in colors as long as your lines are connected. The only issue I have with Procreate in making a huge scene like this is that my layers are limited depending on how big my canvas is, so I have to be mindful of just how many layers I should use. Once all the colors are blocked in, then I move on to the texturing process. For me, the texturing process has always been the most enjoyable part of the process. I tend to use a couple different texture brushes depending on what kind of texture I want to use. I tend to use a lot of the paint brushes, especially the jagged brush. It gives a nice painterly feel and has a cool stamp to it. I also use the spray paint brush just to give a great noise texture feel to it. Like I mentioned before too, I use alpha lock and clipping mask quite a bit, so having the layers separated ahead of time saves me a lot of headache. Alpha lock is nice if you're crunched on layers, meaning it works just like a clipping mask, but the end process will be a bit destructive. Whereas the clipping mask is above the original layer and won't harm it if you decide to get rid of it later. Also, throughout this whole process, I'm trying to figure out what colors look good within the scene. It's a bit of a hassle to figure out what colors work, but being able to easily change colors along the way helps when you have separated layers. I tend to lean more towards natural looking colors when placing them in the scene. I also use the adjustments layers a lot to brighten up my colors a bit. Sometimes when you're coloring a scene for so long, you tend to accidentally dull the scene. Just going through the layers and using the hue, saturation, curves, and contrast help push objects back into the scene and bump certain objects to the front. Procreate also added in some new filters that are pretty cool, but for the scene, I didn't mess with those settings as much. Another side note to have when making a huge scene like this is to always research ahead of time and have tons of references. I use Pinterest quite a bit and have tons of boards for visual development and character design. I also follow a lot of industry artists in the field, so I have a better idea on the artwork they're producing at major studios in order for my artwork to become a lot better. And then once I have the texturing process down, then I finally add in the final touch, the lighting and shadows. Using the overlay blend mode and multiplier mode, for the light, I tend to use a light airbrush with a pastel yellow. I feel gives a nice warm feel to it. For the shadows, I tend to pick a medium purple with a hard brush mixed in with more of a painterly brush. Since shadows tend to be harsh lines mixed with soft lines, I tend to mix brushes for that process. And it's really all about experimenting throughout the piece and just trying to figure out what works best for you in your own process. And that's pretty much the final step of the presentation, guys. It's been a lot of fun going through the process of world building in cinema, and hope that you'll be able to walk away with some knowledge of my process in illustrating. If you guys want to keep up with me and my art journey, you can follow me on my Instagram. I usually post twice a week at least, just to keep my skills up. I'm usually posting a ton of cute stuff as well. And you guys can also check out my website here, just sierrawardstudio.com, and you can see all of the newer stuff that I posted. Again, guys, thanks so much for tuning in. Thank you, Maxon, for letting me be a presenter. It's been an honor. Hopefully everyone has a great rest of your Adobe Max, and I look forward to creating more content and artwork for you guys to enjoy. Cheers.
Welcome back to the show, ladies and gentlemen. I am here with the one, the only longtime friend, Sierra Ward. Sierra, thanks so much for joining us.
Hi, guys.
That was amazing presentation, man. And it's so good to have you presenting now. It's a long time coming. For those of you who don't know, if you've been to at some of our live shows in the last couple of years, Sierra has joined us and helped out hosting with me around the booth at some of our live shows. But the interesting thing is we met years ago at CTNX and you never used 3D. So she never used 3D. So how was that? You know, I was telling you, like, hey, you should use this for your illustrations in your background. So how was it picking up cinema and kind of starting that process for you?
Honestly, at first, I feel like I was a little intimidated just because, like, figuring out a new program, it's always kind of like, oh, can I do this? And like you see so many cool stuff on the internet where you're like, how am I ever going to recreate that? But like I mentioned in my presentation, Cinema 4D, like Maxon, they do a really good job at giving a lot of artists like me, beginners, just a lot of cool tools and tricks and tips from like industry artists. They have a website called Cineversity, and that's actually where I got started. There's a really
You're saying
cool.
they? It's me. I'm part of they. You're like, what do you mean they? It's us. Come on, it's Maxon. You're talking to us. It's the Maxon of everything. I'm like, well, good. But Cineversity, so you were on Cineversity a bunch.
Yeah, I was on Cineversity. There's some good YouTube videos as well that I saw, and from there I just started kind of creating my own sort of creativity and put that into cinema and seeing like how I could recreate it. And yeah, so that's kind of how it started.
Yeah, I was impressed when you started doing some of the motion graphic stuff, especially since you weren't really too active with it. I was like, what are you doing? You're doing motion graphics. So that was really good.
Yeah, I think my personality is like, once I get my mind set on something, like I want to try and be the best I could possibly be at it. So I definitely get like an obsessive like personality with it. So
well, your design style
in like the best way possible.
Yeah, and a healthy obsession.
Yeah, not like every night I'm like looking at cinema tutorials and stuff. Like I go
not
to
self-destructive. Happy balance. Just burn the midnight oil a little bit. Don't burn yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Somebody was wondering, how do you manage so many objects in one scene?
Yeah. So I think because having a background, because I went to art school, so keeping in mind like composition and everything kind of helps out with that. But for the technical side of it, I actually just learned this, that you can have your layers on the side more organized than what I had in the presentation. But yeah, I think organizing your layers definitely helps a lot. Usually when I'm in a scene and working pretty quickly and rendering out something, I tend to just click on the object that I'm trying to find, and then it highlights in the scene like over on the side, and then I usually find it that way. But
so that's good enough.
So label everything. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think that's the cool thing, is like finding out what really works for you, because I think within cinema, you're only working there to get, your general environment done. But the majority of your detail and everything else, as we saw during the clean over, was really all the work and all the strokes that come in afterwards.
Yeah,
so it's like,
and I think
you're not
it
sitting
helps
there
too, because I've been illustrating for a while now, so I kind of have in mind already how I want the scene to look. It's more so the technical perspective and stuff that I'm still a little new to, especially with buildings and stuff. Like the perspective, if it's like a 3-point perspective, it's just all over the place. So cinema's made it really easy for me to just kind of jump straight into the coloring process and stuff, and not so much the technical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you so what were some of your past inspirations? Like, so, going from, I want to know what inspires you now, because you have really quite a breadth of work, with motion graphics, illustration, and stuff like that. So where were some of your original inspirations that got you into the industry? And then, what are some of your inspirations today, like from your past and today?
Yeah, definitely from my past. I always loved different kinds of cartoons. I feel like most of my childhood I was spent just drawing, and I loved all of my art classes. From there, when I went to college, I feel like I didn't know too much about the industry until I moved out to LA. And that's when I started really focusing, finding different artists that I really admire in the industry, and kind of looking at their portfolio, looking at their website, seeing what kind of stuff that they're creating. And then it kind of jumpstarts my creativity into wanting to do like maybe prop design today or character design, and just really trying to figure out like what the industry wants you to be at like a level of creativity.
So what were some of your cartoons? What were some of your cartoons growing up?
I mean, I was definitely like a Nickelodeon fan growing up. I loved Rugrats, SpongeBob, Danny Phantom for sure. Now I feel like I'm more into like feature films, especially for Disney. I feel like I watch Moana like on repeat almost every month.
It's a good choice. It's a good choice. Yeah. You're gonna have to watch one.
Yeah.
Do you miss, because I know you don't see that many like 2D style traditional full features these days. I think the Princess and the Frog might have been the last like traditional,
Yeah, I think
at least
so.
from Disney. Do you miss that style?
I definitely do. I see where 3D kind of helps the progress go a little bit quicker. But even with 3D, there's always going to be the same amount of time. Like, I feel like 2D versus 3D, it's like the same amount of hardship that goes into making that production. But I definitely feel like, I definitely feel like 2D is kind of being missed in the industry now. I feel like a lot of people really enjoy that 2D animation.
Yeah. Well, that kind of brings me to another question. Is someone was wondering if you've used Sketch and Tune to do any line art? Because it looks like, so you've been doing all of your line art traditionally just over like using Procreate, right? Have you used Sketch and Tune yet?
No, I have not, but I kind of have been wanting to because I've seen a couple tutorials done how like the end product looks with it, and so definitely with my personality, I probably will try it at some point.
Well, we'll harass EJ. We'll talk to EJ after this, so we'll get him on in chat. EJ,
For sure, yeah.
No, Chris Schmidt has done some Sketch and Tune stuff too, so we'll have to harass both of them and get the best for you. Let's see here. Yeah, somebody was saying, oh yeah, so yes, this is the scene in Lightbox Expo, but this, if for those of you who tuned in, so you're actually presented at Lightbox Expo as well, and this is that scene, but more complete now. You have the actual complete scene here. Yeah.
Yeah, no, the last scene was kind of more of like my test, jumping into cinema and using it more for like an environment perspective design. So this was going from that to this definitely was a huge jump, but I think my scene turned out pretty good. So.
No, it looked great. It looked great. There was so much going on. It's amazing now when I see some of your work. I'm like, wow, there's so much detail. Like, every time I see that playback, it's like, wow, there's so many different brushstrokes and so many different things, from the kid in the car to just the lines on the street. It's like, wow, that's a lot.
And I think that's just like it goes with following a lot of artists that I admire that do background design, where they always say like try to tell a story even in like the tiniest little details, even if your scene's only going to be like shown for like 4 or 5 seconds. Just like seeing your eye like catching little details like gives the audience more of a perspective of like what's happening in the scene.
Yeah, it definitely brings you in. Just from the trees and everything else, I'm like, oh, I can feel it. It feels like Halloween. It's almost like I can feel the weather in the picture, which is great. So great job there. Somebody had a question about your framing camera. Let's see, what's the process to decide? Oh, so somebody's wondering about your framing. How do you choose your framing? Do you already have something in your head, or do you pretty much start building and then play with it till you get something? So where do you start that process?
So for the scene that I did, I honestly didn't know it was going to be that big of a cityscape. I kind of started off with, I wanted like a Halloween store. So at first I had it just focused like specifically on that store. And then I thought, well, let's bring it back a little bit. And then I started adding buildings here and there. And then it kind of became like this huge scene. So I feel like with cinema, it definitely sparks more of a creativity than what I'm like limited to. So before I just had like one certain angle, but usually what I do too is I'll do one angle of a shot and then render that out and then take another shot from the same environment and then render that out as well. So then I have to like pick and choose like which kind of like angle I want to portray that scene.
So you do like an A/B comparison and keep going back and forth?
Yeah. More like A, B, C, D, E. A ton of different.
Yeah. It was just like
just to kind of see like what angle would like work best for it. Yeah.
Got it. Somebody is wondering, now that I see this, I can't believe it's not standard practice. I know, right? I was trying to tell her that when I first said, like, look, it should be standard practice. So learning 3D to aid in your illustration. So, yeah, what got you into it? I guess besides me telling you, look, you need to learn cinema.
Yeah, I think like I mentioned before, I just when I see a new program, I always think, wow, it would be so cool to be able to like do stuff that looks like that other artists are doing that looks so cool. So yeah, just jumping into cinema, I feel like I just had that mindset where I just wanted to make really cool artworks, and I was seeing like how colorful and creative that process could be, especially in motion as well. So that's kind of what jump started me into doing little motion graphics for it as well. And I mean, it's nice too, because you can just make like 2-second, 4-second loops, and that kind of works for, you don't have to make like a 10-minute animation. Like you can just limit yourself to like fun little stuff.
Definitely. Well, yeah, when you started making the motion graphic stuff, it was really cool because your use of color and everything else, you're definitely, your skills of illustration translated really well into your other pieces. Did you first start doing illustrations, or did you first start doing motion graphics and then you're like, oh, you know what, now I'm going to do paint overs? Which one came first?
So I think when I was more serious about illustration is when I moved to LA about 2 years ago, and then I was building up more of a visual development portfolio for that. And then I met you, and then I jumped into Cinema 4D. And then from there, I went heavily into 3D for a little bit, and then I jumped back into illustration. So now it's kind of cool to see both of them kind of like working together, like two of my passions. Yeah, that I get to merge
you merged it after. So you merged it after your little stint of diving into cinema and getting comfortable doing some motion graphic stuff. Then you're like, okay, now it's time to merge. The powers combine, like Captain Planet.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might not know that, but some of my nerds out there on the chat, you guys know Captain Planet, right? Come on, somebody. All right. Let's see. Somebody's wondering, are there any resources recommended for someone wanting to learn your style of illustration? So yeah, where would you point somebody? For
I mean, definitely for like the illustration part of it, I definitely recommend like YouTube for sure. I found a lot of artists on there. An artist that I've always admired, her name is Laura Price. She goes by Lulu Sketches, and that's kind of where I found visual development, and her portfolio is really good. And she has like a lot of tips and tricks on her YouTube videos. But yeah, other artists out there too. They have a lot of like time-lapse videos and stuff where you can just kind of see the process of like the beginning to end and kind of just nitpick little things. And you slowly, like after a while, like when I first started, I didn't really have my own style, I feel like. But now that I've tried like a lot of other artists' tips and tricks, I kind of like formed it all together into like my own kind of style.
Nice. Yeah. Very, very cool. Yeah, so you know what? When we go to break, I'll see if I can get that link for you to her stuff, and I'll just toss that in for our folks in the chat there. So let me see here if I have any other questions coming up here. I think we are pretty good. Great job all around. And yeah, internet, let's give a big thanks, because this is Sierra's first time coming to this side of the presentation place. She used to be working with us all the way from Ohio, starting off in illustration, coming full circle, adding cinema to the workflow, and now sharing it. And I saw there was a lot of people that did not have experience. Like they're like, oh wow, this was eye-opening, and it definitely was for me as well. And I know a lot of other illustrators that have actually done this type of work for some other artists, and have done background work to help build environments so they can actually do paint overs. And it was just a game changer. So no one really likes spending all that time on the background. So that's great, and we'll definitely be passing along your presentation. So you guys stay tuned. We have one last presentation coming up at the end of the day. So stay tuned for Rachel right after this. Sarah, thank you so much. We'll see you guys on the next one right after this break.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
I say you heard me on the stereo.
Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you.
Show me just what you got. Turn around. Don't ever let 'em hold you back. Just let the habit time. Call me a maniac. I want my baby back. Yeah, yeah.
Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you. Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you.
Creativity lies in all of us. It's what makes us human. It starts with an idea, the desire to create, to solve, to play, to share, to interact. Together we can build new worlds. The freedom to create for all.
What up, what up? Wimbush here, and today I'm excited to tell you guys about my brand new course, Creating the Unreal, a motion graphics guide to Unreal Engine. I'm going to show you guys how you can integrate Cinema 4D so you'll be crazy comfortable in no time. So we're going to start by exploring the marketplace, and then from there I'm going to show you guys how to set up a scene. We're going to get familiar with the content browser, the viewports, how to set up the sequencer for the timeline, and then from there we're going to get into lighting, texturing, rendering. I'm going to show you how you can integrate Quixel Bridge with Unreal so you have access to that full library of surfaces and 3D models and everything else that they have on there. And so if this sparks your interest even a little bit, then this course is just for you. So go to mograph.com, click on classes to sign up, and I'll catch you on the flip side. Let's create the Unreal together.
waves with amazing deals and fast and knowledgeable customer service.
Swim on in for incredible deals on software and plugins at Toolfarm.
Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you. Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you.
Creativity lies in all of us. It's what makes us human. It starts with an idea, the desire to create, to solve, to play, to share, to interact. Together we can build new worlds. The freedom to create for all.
Makes waves with amazing deals and fast and knowledgeable customer service.
Swim on in for incredible deals on software and plugins at Tool Farm.
social distance Halloween, scary samples, ghostly greebles, and client horror stories. Join us October 30th and call in with your favorite spooky renders and client stories from hell. Subscribe and sign up for alerts to join the fun.
Welcome back to the show, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys are tuning in from YouTube or around the world, make sure to go to 3dmotionshow.com and right under the player, click sign up. That's going to give you the latest and greatest updates of all of our upcoming shows. And we still got more shows for you throughout the rest of this year. I know the year has been moving quick, but we still got more shows loaded up for you. We're getting to our last presenter of the day, but it's okay because we have 2 more days of amazing presentations. But stay tuned if you're into creative and mixed reality and motion graphics to bring about amazing results. You're going to want to check out this next presentation by Rachel Bickle.
Hey guys, thanks for tuning in. My name is Rachel Bickle and I'm a multidisciplinary artist. Big thanks to Maxon for giving me a space to share. First, I'd like to show you my reel to kind of give you an idea of the type of work that I do and some of the projects I've had the opportunity to be a part of.
Always like to play with
Rite of passage, classic habit, matching the gas stain. Ooh, that's right, shit. Unstoppable, legendary animal. Digital justice, now you're gonna know what's hail to the king and queen of the ruckus. Young money wired, no denying. I've always liked to play with fire.
I'm an art director and designer, but I also really love to work with Cinema 4D for animation and design. I also love doing these more experimental types of macro tabletop shoots. So Cinema 4D is really what got me into motion graphics. It really started just by me playing with these abstract shapes and cameras. And when I did that, I felt very inspired and it got me excited and it made me feel like this is what I want to do. Like I feel like I fit here. So Cinema 4D is really where my roots are, and because of that I always try and incorporate it in whatever way I can to help aid me in telling stories. So today I'd like to go over with you certain guerrilla type tactics that I use in my workflow. I will specifically be going over certain tips and tricks when it comes to boards, pitches, and my own ideation process. After that I'll be going over how I approach camera rigs in Cinema 4D. And I'll be using very specific projects as examples for how I go about doing these things. The first 2 I want to go over and share with you are from Current Studio, Blackmagic, and Duello, and I'm very excited to share these with you. After that, I will be sharing the Bastard Executioner that was done with the internal team at FX Networks, along with Prodigal Pictures. And then after that, I'll be sharing the semi-permanent opening titles for 2019 that were done with Elastic. the first piece I want to kind of go over is Black Magic. Black Magic was done with Kenneth Kegley, Rachel Ma, and Unha Choi. It was the first time that I was given an opportunity to art direct, so I went super hard on this one. It was a piece that was kind of focused around Maya Huel, who was essentially a female deity, but in this case she was the goddess of the agave, and we were kind of trying to show this awakening of her as someone was trying to harvest the agave to make mezcal, and upon her awakening it led to the environment becoming undone and disturbed. So the challenge of this piece was to find ways to incorporate the branding, but to do it in a way that felt concept driven. So after some brainstorming, I thought to use 3D prints. So I modeled the logo in Cinema and had them printed. And Jose Ponce printed these actually. He's a 3D generalist who happens to own the Form 1. And just to show you what they turned out like this. And they come out with these scaffoldings, and most people get more excited about the scaffolding than the actual 3D print. So I used them as stamps, and that's how I created this shot. I just used it and pressed it into different mediums to create these macro moments. And I really wanted to showcase this typography because it was so beautiful. And here's another look at a couple of them. And the idea never was to just shoot the 3D print itself, but this one came out so cool that we ended up shooting on it super macro and poured liquid on top and did all these chemical reactions, and it made it into the sequence. I think that 3D printing things gives you the opportunity to get your hands dirty and do these more guerrilla style experiments. So I really love 3D prints. This is a print that I printed for another set of boards that I did for something else. You can really make anything. And you know, there really is no comparison to being able to texture and light in practically. So we spent all this time trying to texture and light in 3D, but if you can take that 3D thing and shoot it, it's gonna have such a nice look that's very hard to match in 3D. I just want to share this one with you real quick. This one was just meant to be a FXX logo, but it was a fuck up, so it came out like this. But I think that's really cool because it's like this little sweet spot where you have this happy accident happening to the 3D that you make. So I think that's super cool, and you can't really recreate that. And that's the reason why we shoot stuff. We want these happy accidents. So I think that's a really cool merger between the two. For Duello, Kenneth Kegley, Rachel Ma, Unha Choi, and I developed the story of this Alebrije that would be fighting in battle with another Alebrije. And I always love working with Current because it's always this fun, raw, experimental energy, and that's really hard to come by. So what I want to show you is some behind the scenes for Duello. And this is just some development I was working on for the armor for the Alebrije. And what an Alebrije is a creature that has many different parts, or is made up of many different parts. And in this case, it was a black rabbit that was mixed with a rooster and a snail. And this is just some more look development. So when the client saw these, they got excited about it because they felt like the spikes were just ejecting in this way that felt very aggressive. I only laid it out this way just to show different lengths. So it was cool to have that back and forth with them. So that then spiked an idea to make these boards. And these are just some of the boards that I was able to contribute. I was able to pose the model that we had using Adobe Mixamo to help us figure out what the end pose would be. Bhakti Patel and Jill Mayabera helped to create this amazing 3D model of the Alebrije, as well as concept design with the armor. And these two are amazing 3D goddesses. Of course, the model does a lot of the work. So all I had to do really was kind of solo out certain parts of this model to help try and develop the story. As you can see, this model is one piece. One little trick I like to do to break up a model so that I can abstract certain parts is to separate the model. So first let's go to mesh and then conversion and polygon groups to object. And what that's going to do is it's going to break apart the object into several pieces. And it's great because the model itself has the metadata to be able to do that, so that you can actually utilize the different parts. So here you go. Now we have everything split up into different parts, which is great. You can even pick apart these feathers. So you have a lot of control here now, which is great for boards. I can like move this wing and everything. So what I'm going to show you today is how I used Adobe Mixamo to pose this character to help try and figure out some of the fighting stances in the boards for the sequence. So Adobe Mixamo doesn't like when you have a lot of parts. It gets confused by it. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to just take out the body, because that's all we really need, because we can put these individual parts back on it once we get a very simple rig going on this guy. So right now he doesn't have eyes, so I'm going to at least take that part. That should be fine. And I'm just going to swoosh these guys back in. Hey. And that doesn't look right yet. Hold on. Make him a little less creepy. One little trick I like to do is pressing S, which gets you to what you're selecting. So if you're doing something like this, you're trying to get those eyes in there evenly. I am just going to solo this part out, and I'm going to, oops, sorry, working from Macs and PCs, hotkeys are off. A Command X, and I'm just going to take that out. Command V, so now I have everything out of that group. I'm going to group that. I'm going to save this for later. And now we have our little simplified Alebrije here. So I am now going to combine these parts, because we don't really need to be moving his eyes. Combine objects, delete. So the next thing we have to do to get him ready for Adobe Mixamo is make him in T-pose. So most models need to be prepped in this way so that they can be rigged and moved evenly. So you always want to start in T-pose. This model isn't currently in T-pose, so we're just going to have to try to do this in a very Frankenstein way. All the modelers are probably screaming at me for doing it like this, but so I'm just going to kind of go in here and loosely pick apart his arm, because we're just going to rotate it into place, and I'm just going to make sure nothing's going on in his armpit. There's not any weird parts that we don't want. Looks pretty good. And then I'm going to use this to kind of judge getting him nice and straight. So I'm going to rotate him, get his arm back up there, make sure the polygons aren't getting pinched too much. I'm just going to try and get this as straight as possible. And now I'm going to do the same thing to the other side. We want to try and make it as symmetrical as we can, but I'm basically just eyeballing it. It really doesn't have to be perfect. We're just doing this for boards. And a lot of times when you're working in boards, there are quick deadlines, so you really don't have to be super technical about it. So So now I'm going to rotate this guy. Trying my best to make it symmetrical. Okay, that feels pretty good to me. So now that I have him, I'm going to export him as an OBJ. I like to use OBJs for Adobe Mixamo. Call this guy test 11. And this will take a little bit to load. Looks like our OBJ finished exporting, so I want to take this over to Adobe Mixamo. That's mixamo.com. There's a bunch of different animations here, and the great thing about this website is you can upload any of your models and you can actually give it these animations and it will actually generate a rig for your model. So let's upload our Alebrije. So here's our model. Now we just have to make sure he's front and center and go next. So because we built this really haphazardly, you don't have to have symmetry on. I'm gonna leave that off just because I didn't do a perfect job. And then first I'll start with the chin. Now through trial and error, I learned that the chin doesn't necessarily have to be, I mean, this isn't really a humanoid, so it's a little bit different when you're working with creatures. So his chin is kind of shallow, so I'm just going to move this up a little bit higher than you would think based on the reference. And then I'm going to put these on the wrists. His wrists are a little bit closer in because he doesn't really have wrists. Let's turn symmetry on just so we can have these moving at the same time. We'll turn it back off. And then this is for elbows. We're just gonna kind of keep it in between the wrist just for placement's sake. And then the groin here. Put knees here because his knees would be here because he has chicken legs. And I'm gonna turn symmetry off. So you can kind of like perfect it if your model wasn't perfect. Try to get it in the middle. And then they actually have an option for no fingers if you don't have fingers, so you should select that if that's the model that you're working with. And then we're just going to say next, and it's going to run it through an algorithm and generate a rig for us. Here he is. Here's our guy. Just finished generating. His face is a little fucked up, but that's fine. He doesn't look like he has any teeth. But you know what? It doesn't matter because we're just gonna pose them for boards. So let's press next. Here we go. Here he is. So let's give him a little animation. So we can make him dance. We can do all kinds of things. Some of my favorite dances. So this is the type of stuff you can do with any model. Very fun. Oh shit, gotta see this. Oh, okay. Anyway, oh shit. All right. Let's do this one. That's how I dance anyway. Let's download this. All right. So let's make a new one. I'm just gonna drop this bad boy in here. And here it is. See, we have a nice little rig going on here, and it's totally malleable. check all this out. This is super awesome. And you know, I'm not even a rigger, and this guy is rigged, so great tool to use. And this is fully manipulatable. See, we can move his foot now, and his skin will stick. Can move his leg. It's great. And usually what I do is let's see, we can put this to like 1,000 and kind of, so what you want to do is, what I do anyway, is I select all of them. So you want to unfold all. Let's make sure you have all of them selected, and that's going to let you show you all of the keyframes. I'm going to select all of them. And then I'm going to delete them. So now we don't have any animation. So now we can actually move him and keep our pose. And now we have a rig. He already looks like he's about to fight somebody. So the way I approach the boards, I actually like put all those additional items back on, and individually pose them. So it is a little tedious, but it's a lot less work than actually rigging them and doing all that. And the idea is just to get the point across, so you can Frankenstein them and do everything like that. And I did many different versions, as for treatment, I didn't really treat it that much. I actually did most of the comping in Photoshop, because the idea of it was to just get ourselves the pose and be able to mock it up, and then add the detail on from there. So I made these frames to show the spikes coming out from the alebrijes shell. And I lit these very minimally. This one only has one light. I'm just gonna move this guy back and forth so you can see. So I'm getting all of this from one light, and that's really all I want. I'm trying to do a more dynamic look, dynamically lit look, so and minimal look. So that's why I'm using one light. Just to show you my light settings, I have this at basically 10. And you know, a big part of it too is the size of the light. You know, so I try to make this thing kind of wide, so it has a big area, so that, you know, we're using one light. So I made it a pretty big one so we can kind of see what we're doing, because if it was small it would kind of be a little hard to figure out what was working. But if you want to do that, you can, and you can make it look a little more like this. So, but you know, sometimes you want it lit enough so that you know what you're looking at, so I try to light it a little bit more, but and crunch it in post, because sometimes it's nice to light something enough so that you can go into post and then crunch it to make it even more minimal. So lighting it just a little bit more than you actually want is a good way to give yourself that flexibility in post. Jump into this one. So for this guy, I lit him with as you can see, I'm using only 2 lights. I have one light from behind, which is what's giving us that rim light. And I have one light that's kind of at a 3/4 angle from the side, and that's kind of what's giving us this fall off. And because it's at a 3/4 angle, and not straight on, it gives us that fall off. The thing about lighting black is it's very hard, especially when it's on a black background, because your black item might get lost. When you want to give it that rim light, sometimes your light has to be pretty hot just because you're lighting a black object. And when you're doing that, you risk having an overexposed rim light, which doesn't look very good either, unless that's the look you're going for. And then also you want to be careful with your lights because you don't want to overlight the black object, because if you do, then it just becomes gray, and then that kind of defeats the purpose of it looking black. And I don't think you want to make your black object look gray. If you wanted to look gray, you would just have a gray object. So I think it looks really cool when you have more dynamic lighting like this, so we can kind of like hint at the shapes that are at play and let everything kind of fall off into shadows, which makes it kind of cool and ominous. Yeah, so that's kind of how I do those types of looks. Mocking up camera angles in Cinema 4D is a great time saver because you can kind of try out a bunch of different things and figure out what's most interesting, and that can save out a lot of time on set. So, and spark ideas. So I had this idea of getting a view of the Alebrije as it stepped down before it leaped up into battle, into that fighting pose. So the way I built it was just really just having like a little panel here just to sell the idea of like, hey, let's put a camera underneath and have some plexiglass so that we can see through it. And this is kind of what the render looks like, just to kind of show and give an idea of the lighting. And so from there, Current and Mezcal worked together to create this set, and the plexiglass was made so big that the talent could walk on it. And that's just the coolest thing about the creative process, because people are always riffing off of each other and trying to push ideas even further. So this thing became its own standalone teaser. For the Bastard Executioner, this pitch was done completely in-house at FX Networks. I worked very closely with Steve Viola, Cinderella Pang, and Jane Rowe. And then Danny Yunt executed the boards that we created in this massive shoot. So it was a completely collaborative project, and it was one of the first times I felt the full weight of working with a team. So what I really want to take you through is my process from ideation with 3D to using very simple 3D and comping it for boards. It first really started out just with some sketches. I had this idea of a warrior with nothing left of him except for his teeth left behind. And I thought this was a good representation of the loss of identity that can come from battle. And I was just trying to think of different ways to abstract medieval war. And I wanted to think of different symbols of things that I could model, that I could share with the team that were generic enough, but also were in a way concept driven. So I modeled this helmet, and as you can see, it's very simple. It's just like my doodle. And I modeled these swords, and I tried to model 3 because I was trying to give some flexibility to the team. And I knew I wanted to put a sword in my boards, but I just had to think of what I wanted to do. So I started thinking about what it would be like if you were fighting in a medieval war and in Europe. And I thought, well, it'd probably be raining. So I started thinking about mud. And then I started thinking about metal, because the sword was metal and the helmet was metal. And I got this idea about, well, what if the sword itself was melting into the mud? And we got this mix of metal and mud as a texture, showing the idea of the toxicity of war and the poison that it is and how it corrupts. And so I ran home and I grabbed some mud off the side of the sidewalk, and this was the day the pitch was due. So I only had like 2 to 3 hours, and I had my boyfriend stick his hand through some mud, and I poured metallic paint on his hand and had him hold a kitchen knife. And I quickly ran back into the office and put everything together super quickly, and I had some reference in a folder. And Steve came in and he saw it on my screen and he got super excited by it. And the next day he wanted to make a spot. He had this big idea of having all these people that were fighting in the mud and having them solidify and become stone and become this massive tapestry. And the tapestry would then exist within this rune that was actually at the top of the sword. It was a symbol of the main character's sword. So that became the overarching concept of the entire piece. And he tasked me with trying to figure out different vignettes to work into the sequence. So here are some sketches that I made, just kind of isolating different little cool moments that I was trying to brainstorm. And they aren't the best sketches, but it was enough to get the point across. And I then made this deck showing different reference imagery and just breaking down the different ideas that could happen. And Anderson Savatke, he drew these awesome sketches to better sell the idea. And from there, we really floored it and tried to make this sequence together. So I'm going to walk you through how I use Cinema 4D in making these boards. It was really just a mix of very basic 3D and photo bashing. And I'm just going to show you here the way I use Cinema 4D in my workflow. So first I'll start out with this helmet. So I took the helmet, I textured it and lit it. Sculpted some of these little details in here using the sculpt tool in Cinema 4D just to add some imperfections. And the great thing about Cinema 4D is you can try all different kinds of angles just to kind of figure out what your story is, and that's something you lose when you're just finding stuff on Google because you're just grabbing images that are already as they are. You can't just move the camera around in them. So then took that and painted a bunch of things that I had shot onto it and some textures found from Google. Just to show you what some of these textures are doing. Just sitting on the base of the model. And even painted in some of the lighting. Because it doesn't have to be perfect in 3D. The idea is just to have the map of the image and then to use that and paint on top of it. Just to show you what some of this looks like underneath. And then I used these adjustment layers just to bake everything down so they look like they're one cohesive piece. And I did the same thing for these boards, just to show you the original. So that's what this looks like. It's literally just like the most shitty 3D you've ever seen, but underneath all these awesome layers, it looks pretty good. Same thing here. Again, just really basic model put under all these cool layers. And just to show you again, he really needs to brush his teeth, but that's this is just a bunch of images from Google put in to make it look like a real horse. Just showing you what some of these layers do. And there are hundreds of layers. And this is what the 3D looks like for that. Again, you can do so many different angles in 3D. It's awesome. You just build one setup and you can make a ton of boards out of it. So really experimented with different angles. So these were some screenshots from the pilot of the show, and I really loved these helmets. I thought that if we had this really cool warrior helmet, it'd be awesome if the horses also had helmets, just so we can kind of further on that idea of juxtaposition. So I had Sa Kim modeled this guy in ZBrush. So this is how it came out. It looks super cool. So I textured and lit it in Cinema 4D, and it came out like this. These are the two different. And this is the other helmet. I modeled this one because it was much more simple to make. And Brian White got this cool dragon and put it on top in ZBrush. And that's how I got the little dragon guy on Saw's helmet. I just kind of combined the two and just painted it in there, again using the same method. This is just some low-res thing I grabbed from Google, and using these adjustment layers you can't even really notice, and it's all baked down together and looks pretty good together. And for this one, this was the rune, and this was that model that we built. So I started it out by just putting together like a few cylinders, like very simple, and then I handed this to Brian White, and he did the ZBrush to give it these give it this texture. Just showing you what that looks like. Being able to matte paint a bunch of stuff together is a huge time saver. It can really get you some great results. So what I'm really trying to hammer in here is just, you can really make something really cool with the most basic 3D render. So you don't necessarily need to know Octane or Redshift, but if you do, it's awesome. But you know, if you're a matte painter and you're able to paint all these details, that's awesome too, and you can use that skill to paint in all these details and make something look really good. Just coming from this from the perspective of a designer. So another one, for example, the internal layers of it look like this. And this is really just the technique we used to build these things. Just a bunch of reference images all painted in together, and you know, some even the matte lines aren't even really fully cleaned up, but when you paint them together, it ends up looking really cool like this. The next one I'm going to show you is the semi-permanent opening titles. This was done with the amazing Hazel Baird and Heidi Berg at Elastic and this enormous team. So my role in this was animation. One of my favorite things to do in Cinema 4D is work on camera moves. So I animated the camera for this sequence as well as the character animation. Just showing you some of the previs animation that went into this. And Margarita Primoroso painted all this amazing 2D cell animation on top of the 3D. So it was a really great combination of 2D and 3D joining together. So I really enjoy making more dynamic camera moves. Some of these were more simple and some of them were more dynamic. And I've never animated a character before, but I just wanted to contribute in any way that I could. And I was just blocking out the character in the previs, and they ended up really liking it, so I ended up animating the character in most of the shots. Love animating dynamic camera moves because in real life you're limited to like how much money you have. You're limited to what equipment you can rent. You need a whole crew. Like in 3D, you can animate whatever you want, and the sky's the limit. Like you can make any kind of rig. You can do all these unworldly camera moves that you can't even really do in real life. So I think that's really fun, and I always get excited about doing it for that reason. So this is the only file I have offhand. It's extremely hard to get files during a pandemic. But luckily this is a cool one. So just showing you here, the move in Cinema. So I just wanted to show you how I built my camera. Now, I usually don't add any keyframes to the camera itself. I have it sitting in a knoll for rotation. And this is just general rotation. And I put that under a Dutch angle type of knoll. And the reason for that is so that I can do these cool secondary Dutch angles and still have that rotation control. And it's very important that this is your normal rotations are sitting under this, because this is really just a secondary thing that happens on top of that. And then I control position above that. I love to keep them organized in this way so that I don't get, I just like compartmentalizing the different types of movement just so I can keep focused on what's doing what. And the other thing that I like to do is incorporating a target. So you can just make a knoll and then make that your target. And the way I'm moving this one to do this move, I just have it sitting on his face, and then I have it come to the center, and the camera will follow it. And then as I'm coming out, Hazel and Heidi wanted to make sure that they've finished centered. So that was very challenging to do smoothly, and using this target really helped with being able to bring us from centered face to face to centered body to body. So it gives you a lot of control. And then I like to have all of that then sitting in a another knoll. And this is just the knoll that houses everything. So if I need to make any last minute adjustments or just shift things left to right or little things like that, I can do that without messing up my camera animation. All right, so let's start from scratch. Let's make a camera. Make sure to zero everything out. You always want to start at 0 so you don't mess up your axes and your pivots. That's how I do it, at least. Everyone has their own way of doing it. So I'm going to group it like 3 times. Call this guy rotation. Call this guy for Dutch angle. Make this guy position. Then I'm going to group that in a full camera group. And now you can move it, and let's say we move this in. Notice that the pivot has stayed in the center of the camera, or where it's supposed to be, in all of these knolls. And we can move it left, right. It doesn't affect our pivot. So that's what we're after from this grouping. So, just move this back. Just undoing. So, let's try something. Just gonna move this down, make her a little smaller. Let's put this guy in a knoll. So let's say you have a moving object. Starts, or well, ends here. It starts here. Okay. And let's say we want the camera to follow it. So we're just going to pop this guy in here. Now we have it following it, which is great. That's what we want. Now let's take it a step further. Oh, and before I get into that, the reason why I'm doing it like this is so that it will follow your position movement, but you can also do things like this where you animate the position of your camera, and you can kind of have it catch up with your object. So you have it, let's say you want it to go past it eventually. So let's say it goes there. So now it'll move with it, but it'll move at a different pace, but it'll still be within that grouping. So just showing you that. All right, so let's make it more interesting. Let's make a null. Put under this guy. Set everything to 0 so it falls into place in the center. This is going to be our target. Let's make this target. All right, so now this is how target works, if you don't know already. So now it's doing like this cool follow through. Showing you what this looks like. Gets really in there. A little too back and forth at the moment, so the way we can solve that is just by moving position for it to be a bit more to the left here, so we can kind of arc around it now as it passes by. Because we don't want like a yo-yo situation. And there you go. We have this really cool dynamic thing going on. Let's say we wanted to put in a little Dutch angle. It's this guy. Start just before I do this. I don't know. Let's do something like that. See how it looks. Who knows? Oop. It's kind of cool. So this is what it's doing. It's creating that movement, in case you couldn't notice. So yeah, it feels a little more dynamic. See? When it gets close, it's doing something cool here. I know this is a really simple example, but this is how I approach camera moves. That pretty much concludes my presentation. Thank you so much for watching. You can find me at Rachel Bickle on Instagram. It's literally just my name. Again, thank you, Maxon, for giving me this opportunity to share with everybody. For those of you who haven't jumped in too much with Cinema 4D, I know it can be intimidating at times, but it really doesn't have to be so technical. Just don't forget to have fun and try to play, you know. Just try and make some cool shit. All right. Thanks, guys.
Welcome back to the show, ladies and gentlemen. I am Matthias Omatola here, accompanied by the one and only Rachel Bickle. Rachel, great presentation. Thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you.
So we got a bunch of questions coming in from the interwebs. First of all, people liked it. They're coming in with the thank yous. Amazing, nice job. So there's really good stuff there. Somebody's asking for a friend. Anyway, we're going to dive in. And so we got some rando questions here. Somebody wanted to know, what's your favorite beverage to start with to get inspired?
Whiskey.
Whiskey. That's it, folks. Brush your teeth with it. I mean, but responsibly, obviously. But responsibly. All right, so let's see.
Water. No, actually, it's espresso. Okay.
It's espresso?
Okay, it's
that's
espresso.
That's how you get your day started?
I have an espresso machine. I drink a lot of espresso, yeah.
A double, a single? What do you start off with?
I have like 2 a day. I have to split it up. I'm an addict to espresso.
So, there you go, folks. If you want to be like Rachel, get an espresso machine. All right, starting off, let's see here. Somebody was wondering, how do you create such crazy stuff like this? So I guess that kind of goes into another one. Somebody was asking about your conceptualization process or your creative process. So what is that like?
So I usually start out by like whatever the subject matter is, whether it's like a TV show or a product, whatever it is. I first think, what's the first thing that comes to mind from this TV show? Like, what are the little, cues, that like visual cues? And I start to think about those things, and I dissect the subject matter so then I can abstract it from there. So that's usually, like, I need to come up with a list, right? Like, so I need to think of a list of things that are appropriate for this show or whatever it is. And then from there, I try and create, it's like a puzzle. So I'm trying to create some kind of abstract meaning from that puzzle. And I usually jump into like Pinterest from there just to like get some mood board type things, or I'll just play and shoot stuff. And a lot of it's just like thinking, like writing out ideas, doing little sketches. And then like, let me see here. Also, like, I know a lot of people are like, oh, reference, great, you should have reference. But I also think that reference kind of works against you sometimes. So sometimes I like to look at reference just to know what's out there already, because I don't want to make something that's already out there, or at least I want to attempt to, because I know that there's a lot of stuff out there, right? So it's kind of hard to be original. So I always try and do a little check and just be like, okay, like, is what I'm thinking of like already made? Like, is that something that, like, I try and check through in that way too. So that's part of my conceptualization process.
So it's like an anti-reference process?
Anti-reference, almost, yeah.
Make sure I'm not referencing this.
Yeah, and like Pinterest is great for like making mood boards and like for lighting and like things like that. Like, that's great reference. But a big part of it is like, if you can't find what you're trying to make out there, that's a good thing. So, yeah.
Have you heard of Shot Deck?
I don't think so.
So shotdeck.com is great for, I think it's in beta now, or still, but it has like all the different mood boards, color boards, and stuff like that for movies, like thousands and thousands of shots. So it's a really good place if you're looking at lighting or shots for mood. So check out Shot Deck. I recommend it. Same thing to the rest of the nerd family out there. Shot Deck, if you guys haven't checked it out, really cool for referencing mood boards. Really inspiring, right? Or use it as an instant reference. Let's see. Here's a good technical one. Why didn't you use soft selection and grow selection?
Okay, so like, I'm just trying to do stuff quick and dirty. Like, I definitely over-explained it and like talked about it for a long time, so it took forever. Like, usually if I were doing it and no one was watching me, I'd do that shit in like 5 seconds. So I'm just trying to be like, like I don't even care. Like, so, everyone has a bunch of different ways that they do things. And I know like for like good modeling, you would use the soft selection tool. And I have used it before. But for this, I was just like, I need to do this now. I need to do it quick. So like, that's what I'm trying to show in this presentation is like, it's more about the storytelling than like creating good boards that creates story than focusing so much on the technical, because you're not doing your job sometimes if you're not well, let me take that back. But basically saying like, sometimes the job isn't so much making pretty things and doing it like the perfect way. It's like trying to tell a story and trying to make sure that what you're making is cool. So like, that's more where my focus is. So to answer your question, like, that's kind of why I didn't do it, but I also didn't really think about it. It's just not, it's just my focus is elsewhere. So yeah.
Just grab the tool that works in the moment.
Yeah.
So there's no wrong way to select a polygon.
Yeah, soft select's great. It's great, but who cares?
Yeah, and for those of you who are looking for more selection tools, like a shortcut, you could just hit U when you're in the viewport.
I know U.
Just hit U, and then there's a bunch of other stuff. So if you guys are looking for a bunch of different ways to select, hit the U key and try some stuff out. Explore. It's fun. Somebody was wondering about your technical setup, and that's kind of a broad question, so I'm going to ask it a little bit different. Like, is there some like technical settings that when you go into a project that you're like, okay, I know I always like to have something different than default? Do you work with like different cameras, different render settings, or is that all project dependent? Or do you have some like go-to things that you like to set up?
I mean, in Octane, I use path tracing. I usually set the environment to black so I can have like, just a black environment, almost like a black card completely around, so that my lights are kind of really in control of what it's looking like. Like, I
know, you can use HDRIs, but I kind of like, it just depends on the project. But I usually at least start that way. But, you know, I'm usually not, again, like not very technical about it. So like that's usually how I start. It's like an Octane thing. But yeah, I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, no, I mean, because, well, for each their own. So if you're just starting off and you like to get as much light out of the scene as possible and just set a couple lights and like, yeah, that's definitely a way to build. That's the big thing about this is like when we have, you know, 4 different artists presenting today, 4 different styles and 4 different approaches. And that's the beautiful thing about, you know, cinema, creativity, just art in general. It's like everybody has a different starting point and certain things that they like and they don't like. And so there's always a little takeaway here. Somebody was wondering about your 3D printer. So what type of 3D printer do you use? Is that in-house or is that a studio printer that you use?
Well, Jose Pons printed those. He uses the Form 1. He happens to be my boyfriend, so the printer's just like over there. But
there you go.
I'd have to go get it. but yeah, so
but Form 1.
I'm very lucky. But the Form 1, yeah. But they have a newer version of the Form printer that are more new and improved. We just have the one because we had bought it at that time, or he had bought it at that time. I just recently bought like a laser cutter that can also print and stuff, and that hasn't come in yet. But like, there's tons of really cool technology out there. So,
which laser cutter is that? The Bright? It's called Brightco. No.
I honestly don't even remember because we
Don't know.
pre-ordered it
It's a laser cutter.
7 months ago. so I don't even remember at this point. I don't even know if it's even gonna come.
Yeah, well, Chris Schmidt has one. He did some cool laser cutting with it. Let's see. Somebody's wondering, can you explain more about the different nulls you use for your camera action?
Explain like in terms
your null setup. So when you're using nulls in camera, what's your setup like?
Well, it's kind of how I showed it, so I'm just trying to think how can I can explain it more.
Should I just go back and watch it again? Just go back and watch it.
No, I don't mean to be like that. But I'm just saying. I mean, I usually build it that way. I mean, a lot of people approach cameras differently, and sometimes when some people see the way I do it, they think it's redundant. It's just the way I do it to stay organized. That's why I use so many nulls. I mean, some people just animate it on the camera itself, and like they just look at the keyframes, and there's a path generated from that. So there's different ways to do it. I just do it that way so that if later on I get the idea to have it follow the object that I'm animating, or if I like it, I do it that way so that there's flexibility later in case I want to do certain things, because I'm animating the object on that null so that I have the flexibility to do the parenting that is necessary. So it just really opens the door to the creativity later. Like you may not intend to animate it in a certain way in the beginning, so and then later it ends up a completely different way. So that's kind of why I organize it like that, just so there's the flexibility there. So I just love using nulls to organize everything.
Very cool.
Yeah. I hope that I answered. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I mean, it seems to make sense. So you set it up, and then if you need to you adjust later, you have flexibility.
And I saw people were like talking about my keyframes. Like I didn't even like mess with the keyframes. I was just showing the null setup. So that's not how I would do it. If I would be doing the curves and like all that stuff, like I would be working in the graph editor if I was actually animating a camera move. I was just showing that to just show you the null setup. So take the whatever keyframe stuff I was doing with a grain of salt. So just to say. I noticed some of that.
Another question coming in. How much time is usually budgeted for the Photoshop clean over or retouch of the boards? So when you get it in there, how much time is usually allocated when you get to that part of the project?
Man, it really depends on the project and who you're working for. Because like sometimes you only have a fucking day. Like some of these bitches, it's like 1 day, 3 days if you're lucky. When I was working on the effects stuff, you know, like we're working in house, so we had more time to flesh it out. And it was working with Jane Rowe and Cinderella, and we both, I mean, all of us kind of like polished things. So, you know, like there was a lot more time to do the polish and make them look really good. Like, you know, but like sometimes it's really quick. So that's why I'm kind of in this quick and dirty mode. Yeah, I think you have like
so it really depends,
3 days
but
for a board set usually.
3 days.
For a board set usually, but that's from pitch to finish.
Wow.
So that's usually, and then it's sometimes, a lot of time it's one day. But yeah, usually 3 days is what you get on the pitch end, at least these days. I mean, deadlines are getting faster. But I stay up super late and I drink a lot of espresso. So I mean, if it's a cool job, I'm gonna keep going. Like, you know what I mean?
So you got an espresso machine. So what
and if it's a job, I'm gonna do my best. So I'll always put the time in to make it worthwhile. So like, even if you have less time, I'll try and put in the time usually. Like, I'd rather make something, like, what's the point if it doesn't look good? Like,
look good. Yeah. It has to look good. All right, so let me. Yeah, some people are like, 1 day, ouch.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. Somebody's wondering about. Do you use any plugins? Do you have any like go-to plugins in your deck? Photoshop, After Effects.
Again, I just like doing everything. I just like doing everything super simple. I'm not like I just like to do things the simplest possible way. It also helps with like handoff. Like if I'm going to pass off files back and forth, and we have to deal with like, oh, I don't have this plugin. That sucks. So like I don't really use that many plugins because I just try and, if you can do it in a simple way and make it look good, like why not? That's the cheapest way to do it anyway. So
I guess especially when you're handing stuff off, you don't want to be breaking scenes. Let's see here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Somebody's wondering about, in school, where you taught a lot about shooting practically. Do you have any experience in that?
Actually, yes. So at Otis College of Art and Design, there was a actual shooting space, and I would like always be like getting up early and trying to be the first one on the sign-up sheet for this. So I would shoot a lot in there, and I had a Steve Viola's class, and it was like this pitch class, and that's where I did a lot of my assignments. I would do shot things, or I would do C4D type things. But I would love to go in there and just do some stuff. So he taught a lot about shooting, and there isn't a lot of shooting classes at Otis. I think it's more about either just more about more technical like things with like After Effects, and like I already came in knowing the Photoshop knowledge that I knew. So I kind of learned a lot of that Photoshop stuff on the job too. Like I learned a lot at FX Networks. But yeah, at school it was like I would say like I had one really good class that helped me with shooting, and that was it. But that's the thing, like at Otis you kind of get different electives, so you could pick the ones that you want that are going to best help you. So yeah.
Cool. Seems to be one of the last ones here. Do you think it's possible to get into motion design, animation, VFX from being What do you think about the self-taught route? Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, like, the thing is, like, going to art school, like, what that does is, like, it just puts you in a community that helps you kind of have that competitiveness. But a lot of what they were teaching, like, you could learn that on your own for sure. Like, you could watch all this stuff on, like, actually, Grayscale Gorilla is really where I learned my Cinema 4D. Like I learned a lot of it from Grayscale Gorilla. Like, that's where I started, because I was, like, one of the few people in my class that was kind of focusing more on Cinema 4D. So I really just had to take my own time and learn it myself. And then by the time I took the Cinema 4D classes, I already kind of knew what they were going over in the class, because I already took, like, I was just doing Grayscale Gorilla. So I think online, there's so many things out there, especially now. So, self-taught is definitely an avenue. The only thing is it just takes discipline, like you gotta discipline yourself and make sure that you're sticking to your structure of, like, I'm going to do these personal projects. I'm going to get this done by this date. It's going to be cool. Like, you can get lost kind of just watching a ton of tutorials and never making anything. So you want to, like, at least take a step back after you watch a bunch of tutorials and actually make something.
Yeah, no, definitely. If you're going the self-taught route, it's, learn, apply, because you could just learn, and by the time you're on your 6th or 7th thing that you're trying to learn, you forgot the first thing because you haven't actually started applying it. And, technology keeps refreshing, so you want to just be working with it consistently. So I think there's more clarification on that is, what inspired you to use, let's see, my question was more about what inspired you to use that so well so early on in making these concepts. So I guess it's what inspired you to use live action and some of those techniques so early on in making those concepts. Is that something you've always done, like blending the two, or is that something that you've kind of picked up over the years?
Well, I kind of was like back and forth with like shooting in Cinema 4D. Cinema 4D is really where I wanted to focus, but as I was working on stuff, I was like, man, it'd be so much easier to just fucking shoot it. Like I'm just gonna shoot it. Like I'm just like, so I'll shoot something, and so I think like sometimes Cinema 4D is a solution, sometimes shooting is a solution. If you can combine the two, that's awesome, because like Cinema 4D really helps map out certain things. That's why I'm kind of showing like, Cinema 4D is definitely a part of the process. Like with the Bastard Executioner boards, like I started thinking and brainstorming by starting to model. So it's like sometimes C4D helps in that way, and then like in the current stuff, like with Duello, like we use C4D just trying to figure out, what would be some cool shots on the set. So, it definitely goes back and forth. But yeah, like I got inspired to shoot stuff just because it's so easy. So I just always like to do it. And I just like getting my hands dirty and just fucking with it, like just like touching it and like throwing shit on it. Like it's easier to like rip something apart. Like generating fire in Cinema 4D is gonna be much harder than just lighting something on fire. I'd rather just light it on fire, It's like that.
When you get a chance to play with fire, why not?
Yeah, I'm actually really afraid of fire, but yes, I have lit things on fire.
That is awesome. Yeah. Well, Rachel, thank you so much for joining us today. Great presentation and showcasing how to incorporate live action, working with boards, and crazy turnaround times. The audience really enjoyed it. We'll definitely love to have you back in future presentations. So thank you so much. That's going to be a wrap for today. That was all the questions. That's it. I know time flies, but that's all the questions for today. And we're going to be back tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. Pacific time. We're going to be kicking it off with one of our sponsored presentations by Chris Pretty. You're going to definitely want to watch this, especially if you're looking at importing and working with any type of CAD data. So check that out starting at 8:30 tomorrow, right back here on the 3D Motion Show, and we will see you then, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you. Don't Do you?
makes waves with amazing deals and fast and knowledgeable customer service.
Swim on in for incredible deals on software and plugins at Toolfarm.
Create without limits with precision mobile workstations. Maximum power, speed, and performance when and wherever you need it. So you can perfect every pixel. Break ground in unexpected places. And make the most extraordinary ideas a reality. Discover your next big idea. Precision mobile workstations. Create without limits.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars, designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
MoGraph.com, an online resource for motion graphic artists. Start your week with the MoGraph podcast. Industry news, interviews with your favorite artists, and terrible humor. Watch live shows and interviews from MoGraph events like NAB, SIGGRAPH, Half-Res, and local meetups.
This is exactly what I should be doing.
Our MoGraph Talks feature live demos and motivation from artists all around the world.
Sometimes you gotta make stuff that you're not gonna put on your reel, and I'm not here to judge.
What if Rick and Morty show up for the countdown at midnight? That's where I peaked in life, in my career.
We gotta stop this thing, Rick! It's gonna kill us all!
Hear from the people that create your software, design your render engines, and artists that are changing the face of modern motion graphics.
You get that render done. Yeah, you better frame what?
MoGraph tutorials and online classes will teach you about Cinema 4D, After Effects, as well as other popular software and render engines.
Throw in HDR Studio, take the render settings, pick the HDR, put in a reflection, and gorgeous.
Join the conversation in our live sessions.
Ah, that's so funny. All right. I'm going to live forever.
Subscribe today and get the latest updates on our YouTube and other social media channels.
Take all your dreams and just do it!
Subscribe to MoGraph.com.